No, don't take me out of the game. What was 7.0 called? It was called... New... something. Yo, there's a Japanese? No, there's no way. The balance changes. I think I left off on sentries. Oh yeah, Chancellor. I skipped like all of this. I basically just kind of skimmed a little bit of it, right? I don't know how much this matters. Like 90% of the time. Some of them definitely do, like this does. This. Also, here's your Nyx Assassin. Yeah, I made an educated self-preservation decision, I think, to basically skip it. Oh, alright, I'm gonna give people just a couple of minutes. Shintu, do you know for sure where I left off? Alright, I left off at stuff. Okay. So I don't need to go over sentries. I already did. So I think sentries are honestly huge. The sentry change might be like a change that people probably overlook too much here. Yeah, I remember. I talked about how, like, basically he's really pushing us towards he really wants us to use dust a lot more. I think he's trying to move us towards a system where we use sentries for dewarding and dust in fights. Sentries very, very selectively, such that like we really have to use them intelligently for fights, right? So like you have to be pretty confident. Like we need a sentry here. They've got a Mirana. They can Moonlight Shadow, and I think that they'll be here. So I have to put a sentry here. You can't have like canary sentries for like a Moonlight Shadow anymore. I'm just using Moonlight Shadow as an example. It is not like the only thing. I think they're even I think he's also trying to push us towards, like, you don't buy a sentry against Sand King in lane anymore, right? For like Sandstorm, you would buy Dust. I don't know if they've changed any of those abilities, right? I'm just saying, generally speaking, something like that. For a hero like Bounty Hunter and Nyx Assassin, oh no, you're not Nyx Assassin. Like for a hero like Bounty Hunter, like maybe he's still Sentry, but I don't know, man. 8 is not a lot. And adding another 10 seconds to the restock time is... It's a lot. Gem is insane now. Gem, I think we need. I think if a game goes past 35 minutes, we have to buy Gem. Remember, like, moments ago when I was like, oh, so I don't need to go over this again? Well, here we are. I think Gem is just so insanely valuable now. I already thought it was like pretty good. I thought we were under purchasing it, but like holy shit. 10 more seconds per century is a little suffocating. The max stock is less relevant because, to be honest, like you shouldn't have really been hitting 10 a lot of the time. But also, a lot of this kind of depends on these heroes and shit that we affect. But obviously, the boards are kind of agnostic of all that. They're also not agnostic of all of this because there is also, what were they called, Chancer? Watchers. Because of Watchers. Watchers and like some objectives move on the map now. You know, like Roche does. I guess it's only Roche, right? I don't know, the map is just so big. It's so hard for me to think about, like, distributing resources. It's making my headache worse. Alright. Vape of Deceit. Allies affected by smoke can't use Smoke of Deceit themselves for 2 seconds after application. Yeah, this is to prevent accidental usages, but also, something that this, I really hope that they thought of is that, like, please let me use it again if it's broken. Like, if my smoke gets broken, please let me use it again. I understand that that could create a situation where, like, Chancellor has a smoke, I have a smoke, Chancellor uses his smoke, but actually it turns out that, like, the enemy, there's somebody right next to us, so our smoke instantly pops. And I was going to use my smoke right as Chancellor used his, and so this, if they did what I did, this change wouldn't help us, we would still end up wasting a smoke, right? But I would like the option to re-smoke very quickly in case of a lot of situations. Like Zeus. Zeus is an easy example. Thunder God's Wrath will not do damage to you if you're smoked. And I desire that. I desire, like, the flexibility to be able to do that, right? So I hope that they've thought of that and have something in place. But otherwise, yeah, sure. Thank you for helping people be less dumb. Now add the Sentry Scooper that Chancer has been desiring. Ring of Health. Cost reduced to 700, which is very scary. But also, its regen bonus has been reduced by 1.25. 1.25. So I'd say that this is overall a buff, but it's probably there to kind of to make space for the corn. I'm gonna call this not this. I don't like this name. Weird Perseverance. Old Perseverance, really. The old Perseverance is like 5 health, 2 mana, 7 damage. 5 health, 2 mana, 7 damage. Wow, it's such a weirdly more efficient item. It's rare in Dota to see an item cost more gold than... It's weird to have an item like this. So think about the inflation that you see going from a branch to a circlet, right? Actually, I'll just show you. Don't just think about it. So 50 gold for 1 to all attributes, right? So if I wanted to get 2 to all attributes, I would spend 100 gold. But circlet is a 2 to all attributes, right? But it's 155. So it's, you know, like 55% more cost to get the same effect, right? And you can generally see that kind of behavior. Wait, what the hell? Well, yeah. You can generally see this behavior, right? Or like, if I want to get the same amount of stats, I could just spend less on the cheaper one. Right? Like, I could just buy a crown and a circlet, and I'm super under budget. I could just buy 6 branches, and I'm super under budget for the same thing. Obviously, the difference being item slots, right? Item slots and, you know, things that they build into. But also, generally speaking, the more expensive components, right, will build into the better items, right? So, like, a branch only builds into 1 item, but a circlet builds into 4, right? And a crown builds into 4, I think, as well. And a diadem builds into 5? Yeah. It's actually insane that I knew this. It's been a day. But you can kind of see, like, this trend, right? But old Perseverance, like, insanely busts it, right? If I want to get the same... Like, I actually end up getting more mana regen just by buying this old Perseverance. I get a little bit less health regen, but if I bought a Perseverance... Okay, I guess Perseverance is the comparison, but it's weird because it's not a component, right? So there's a 200 difference here. Dude, this item is so crazy. Oh my god, it goes into Battle Fury. I think this is an insane change. Okay, anyway. So obviously, like, Perseverance costs less money now. Which is, like, okay for some heroes, because the items that Perseverance goes into now... Oh, no. No. It's like, it's mostly fine. I don't know. I think that this old Perseverance item is very, very scary. I think it's gonna turn a lot of heroes into some monsters. Because it's super good for farming. It's like old Perseverance, man. For people who don't know, old Perseverance used to have like some pretty good numbers. But it also used to give 10 damage. And that was not a great decision on our part. So that's why I keep calling it Old Perseverance, because it functions very similarly. But for significantly cheaper. Except for the mana regen. The biggest difference is that, like, the mana regen is flat rather than a percent boost. So these changes don't, like, again, aren't really going to matter for some of the... I'll talk about the larger implications, I think, later. Because it'll be a little bit more easy to do. Also, Yule's is cheaper now. That's crazy. Cloak. Cost increased from 500 to 800. Magic resistance bonus increased from 15% to 20%. I'm going to read these next... I'm going to read all of these at once and then kind of go over them, I think, because I think it'll make more sense. Hooded Defiance has been removed from the game. I don't like this change. But I think that part of the reason why he's done this is because people weren't really buying passive cloaks. They would buy a cloak and almost always upgrade it. But I'm not really sure that's a problem. Right? Hooded Defiance, I think he also didn't really like that some people would buy a Hooded Defiance and then not upgrade it because they're stupid. But I also don't really think that was a problem, so I don't really know why. The only other things I can think about are, one, we just did this BKB rework, and so it's a bit dangerous to have an item like Hooded Defiance in the game, which is pretty, like, cost-effective, right? And the way that it's going to stack with the intelligence giving you base magic resistance, the base magic resistance, which means that all of these magic resistance items are now going to technically be better, right? Because they stack multiplicatively, but if you are able to increase one of those numbers more now, that means that the total result is going to be better. Right. I don't know, it just doesn't... This doesn't really strike me as a change that makes sense. I don't really understand the thinking behind it. As for what it means for us, it offers us a lot less options in terms of what the fuck to do. Because, like, we're missing 5% here. We don't get this barrier anymore. And I don't know. It's definitely scary. Because I feel like magic damage is getting a bit out of control. So then we have Superhood, Recipe Change... Superhood. So I have Old Perseverance and I have Superhood. Recipe Change no longer requires Hooded Defiance. Now requires Cloak, Ogre Axe, Ring of Health. So we took the Ring of Health from Hood, put it here. We yeeted the Voodoo Mask entirely, so it doesn't have spell lifesteal anymore at all. What? The recipe's 800 now instead of being like 1,000 or whatever it was. And the total cost is unchanged. What the hell? How did you fucking manage that? It now provides 30% magic resistance, 12 strength, and 7 health regen. What the fuck? So it upgrades the magic resistance by 10%. It upgrades your strength by 2, and the health regen by about 2. For the cost of 800. for the, just for the recipe to upgrade each of those. That's like really efficient. No longer has an active ability, so we've gotten rid of the barrier. So presumably it's only on pipe now. Now passively converts 25% of incoming damage, magic or pure damage to mana. And magic resistance and passive effect don't stack from multiple Eternal Shroud. What? I think that part of the reason why this has happened is because he just made it so that barrier is pre-reduction, right? And, or no, it's post-reduction. So, I think he wanted to get rid of some of that. Maybe that's part of what this is. He foresaw that problem and was basically like, I don't even want to see if it's a problem, so we got rid of it. I'm not a big fan of this item. I think this item's like pretty efficient. I would say that this is like a 3 item in general, in that now, if you want magic resistance as a core, you have to buy a Bloodthorn, as long as the other items are still in the game. Yes, a Bloodthorn. Because you would buy the Mage Slayer, and Mage Slayer as... Does Mage Slayer get changed? It has to get changed, right? It's like so few people are buying it, or are we intelligent for once? Nope, of course it gets a buff. No, totally. What caused that? Why is its cost increase? Hello? A Mage Slayer is... Oh, because Cloak! Cloak. Okay, I'll just keep going, we'll get there. Pipe of Insight. Recipe change. Now requires Cloak, Ring of Health, Headdress. Okay, so we're just taking away the Hood of Defiance and putting in the Ring of Health. And the recipe is 1450. Total cost decreased by 100 gold. The magic resistance bonus decreased from 30% to 25%. So now Eternal Shroud will give you more magic resistance, but Insight Aura magic resistance decreased from 15% to 10%, so you're still getting a total more, because 35%, right? And I don't think that you'll have to... I think that this will add and then multiply. So you're still getting more total magic resistance for you from Pipe. So you're passing up on the better stats. Barrier now stacks additively with other sources of magic barriers. Does not stack with self. So I think previously, if you were to use barrier on... We don't even really have this shit anymore. Only like really Ember Spirit, but it's not really... His isn't really the same. Well, it's never stacked with itself, right? I'm trying to find it. It's Lion. Lion's like the best.
Demon Witch. Why not?
Prepare for battle.
There.
Yes.
And you buy Pipe.
Very well.
Right now, I actually need you to have the pipe. You drop yours. Bailey, if it's... Listen. Alright, so barrier is 450? Yeah. So, post-reduction, how much do you have? You've got 35%? 35% of 600? Or what's 65? 600. It's 65 times 6. So it's like 360 something, right? 390-ish.
Yes.
So, oh, we can just see.
Not yet.
There. Pipe has no sound. So, if you use... You know what, we'll even take it like a step further, just to make sure. Right? Well, pipe, finger, pipe. There you go. So yeah, it still refreshes. It just doesn't stack. What they mean to say is that, like, you can't have your entire team pop their pipes at the same time and have, you know, 2,000 barrier. Which is sure. I mean, that's how it all... I don't know why they clarified this, because, like... Okay, you know what? It's a good clarification, because this... Some people might read this and say you can have multiple pipe... Like, you can stack, like, your pipe barriers, right? Which is not the case. What they're really saying is that if somebody else has a shield, right? Flame Guard. Any of these other ones that maybe get added in this patch, because I'm not sure how many we do, right? Then they will just add together. Whereas previously, wow, I think it worked, was that you would lose on both, or one of them would take priority, right? So, as an example, like maybe your Ember Spirit Flame Guards, and then you use Pipe, so then he has Flame Guard and Pipe. Well, Flame Guard doesn't actually stop all magic damage. It just gives you 80% magic resistance for a set amount of damage, right? So, what I think used to happen was, I think that they might have actually gone at the same time. So if you got fingered, you would lose your pipe barrier, right? But also it would tick down like your flame guards, you know, capacity. So what I'm pretty sure they're doing now is that they both work off of like one capacity. But it's also very weird because, like, again, I keep using Flame Guard because it's the only magic shield that I know of in the game. But it's also not really a shield the way that we know it. So, like, they had to have added more magic ones, because there are shields, right, like a Photic Shield, that are damage type agnostic, and the Shield Rune, right? But I don't really know of any more. I mean, I played that game yesterday and I saw Timbersaw with a physical shield. It's just so much, man. So maybe this change will become more obvious. If we run into more shields and I don't mention it, please somebody remind me. But sure, honestly, this is probably intuitive, but I might eat my words later. Basher. Bash stun duration decreased from 1.5 to 1.26. Oh, 1.2 seconds. So it's a reduction of 0.3. It's a little mean, but sure. Abyssal. Recipe cost increased from 1550 to 1675. This is almost a revert, or literally one, I'm pretty sure. Overwhelm stun duration decreased from 2 seconds to 1.6 seconds. This is absolutely fair. I support this change because I think Abyssal is I think 2 seconds is too low. And the bash also changed down to the same bash for 1. I think that this is honestly like a bit more fair. I think that this could be like a little bit higher just so that it is upgraded or something, but sure, whatever. Oh, either one. Recipe cost increased from $6.50 to $7.75. Total cost unchanged. Okay. It's easier to buy. Wait, did the recipe change? Why is it more expensive? Shouldn't it be? Oh, okay. The recipe got increased to account for Voidstone, but Voidstone didn't go down 125, did it? Oh, it did. Okay, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Sure. Blink Dagger. Taking damage from Roche or enemy heroes now mutes the item for 3 seconds instead of setting it for a 3-second cooldown. Get fucked, Tinker. Get fucked. All of this stupid refresher bullshit. Blink Dagger. Fuck off. This is a great change. And I think that it's honestly like just as intuitive, if not more. So I think it's a double win there. I know I keep talking about like whether or not changes are intuitive or not, but that's because like I think that it's kind of important if a change is intuitive or not. Some changes are like fine if it's not intuitive, because sometimes it's just for the greater good, right? But sometimes the greater good is like, hey, it doesn't need to be insanely complicated. We can introduce complexity into the game in like a million ways that it doesn't mean we should. Right? Every time you want to move your hero, I could just pop up a series of equations and ask you to solve it. But I don't need to do that because, like, shut up, nerd. Arcane Blink. Arcane Blink no longer provides mana cost and cast time reductions or debuff amplification. Arcane Blink cooldown decrease from 15 seconds to 7 seconds. Arcane Blink range increased from 1200 to 1400. 7 seconds. That is really short. That's like every time Zeus is currently able to Thunderbolt, you can blink with this item. As long as you haven't taken damage. Arcane Blink range increased from 1200 to 1400. 1400 is pretty far. I assume it still has Overblink, right? Like, I can't imagine we've gotten rid of that. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is definitely an improvement over what we had. What we had was abysmal for the game, right? With shit like, Shadow Fiend just blinking onto somebody and basically instantly ulting so that they didn't get to do anything. What we had was like, Storm Spirit buying an Arcane Blink so that he can like blink and then zip across the map because of mana cost reduction, right? What we had was Tinker buying an Arcane Blink and just being basically unstoppable because it reduces the cast time of Rearm, which makes it so he can blink again. Blink doesn't have a mana cost anymore, so like it also reduces the mana cost, right? So like there was this whole self-feeding bullshit going on. And we really toned it down. This is definitely better, but I still hate super blinks. And then the other two blinks get the mute thing, which is good. The mute thing is great because it fucks Tinker and it fucks any of this what I would consider stupid nonsense with a fresher. I don't think that interaction was ever really intended, and it's kind of bothered me that it was in the game for so long. Here's hoping that we will also do the same thing for if you have a shield and block all of the damage, that it will not put Blink on cooldown. I think it should. I think if I attack you and you have, like, you evade the attack, it should still put your Blink on cooldown. I think that if you have a Photic Shield on you and I attack you, it should still put your Blink on cooldown. But maybe I'm dumb. As for what this means, this really won't impact a lot of heroes. Just the couple of insane situations we are running into. The Arcane Blink one does affect like a lot of OD, Tinker, From Spirit, Shadow Fiend. Skywrath, kinda, but he didn't care that much. Void Spirit. Mix, I guess. But I don't think we need to spend that much longer on it. Battle Fury. Recipe change. Now requires a broadsword, claymore, quelling blade, old perseverance, and a recipe. So the total cost is unchanged. We've just swapped out the perseverance for this old perseverance item. I would consider this a buff. For Battle Fury. I think I think this is insanely good for these heroes, but I'm gonna also add in, I could be a bit off the mark. Because basically, one of the things we've done here is we've increased the cost of the health regen that you get from Battle Fury by 400, right? So that means if you're Anti-Mage, right? We'll use Anti-Mage because he's probably one of the most common Battle Fury purchasers in Dota history. And you are in your lane, you now have to get to 1200 gold versus 825 before you can start being basically immortal in your lane. Now, that also comes with the benefit of it's less money total. You don't have to spend 1600 on the Perseverance, right? And you get the mana regen as soon as you hit that 1200, which means that, like, spamming Blink in this world where there are 12 more creep camps on the map is a lot easier. You might not even have to, like, tread toggle, like, at all, right? And you're getting 7 damage out of it, which means that it's introduced a whole new dynamic to which of these items you actually end up buying first. Because if you're doing really, really well as Anti-Mage, you don't buy the ring first if you're good. You buy the damage. You buy either the broadsword or the claymore. Oh, okay, you buy the cooling blade first because, well, but you buy one of these two like second, right? Because if you're doing super, super well, you just need the damage to get through the camps, right? Push out your wave with the more damage, do it a little bit faster, which will let you kill a couple more camps between creep waves, basically. I think that we've probably created some monsters by doing this, because I think Old Perseverance here is like a huge game changer for this item. It's going to be good for some heroes and it's going to be bad for some other ones. And it's also going to really make, I think, the difference in your lane more pronounced. 400 more gold is very early on in the game is like a creep wave or two, right? It can be really scary as some of these heroes without that health regen, like Anti-Mage, PA, right? Think about this, how the absolute difference of like the vibe of your lane before they have the ring and after, and now we're delaying that, but once they get it, they're stronger, right? That's like a huge difference. I personally think that you'll have more time to deal with Anti-Mage in your lane before he's basically unkillable. But once he reaches it, like, I think the lane might be dead. Unless they're pretty bad. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how that plays out. It's also, like, pretty crazy to evaluate because also we have, like, these Lotus things in lane, right? So how much of that actually ends up, like, going to Anti-Mage or some of these heroes? Because they do have, like, lower health values but higher armor values. So giving them just, like, a super fairy fire is actually, like, super valuable, right? Because if I heal them for 100 health versus healing, say, a Phoenix for 100 health, they're getting more value out of it physical damage-wise, right? Phoenix is a bad example because Phoenix has spells that cost hell, so blah blah blah, but anyway. But say a hero like Alchemist, who can still kind of function before the Battle Fury, a hero like Ursa, who still functions before the Battle Fury, right, before that Ring of Hell, but still really likes it. Alchemist is, they can honestly a lot of times kind of take it or leave it. So Alchemist is probably the hero that looks at this and is like, this is probably just like great for me, right? Whereas a hero like Anti-Mage and PA are kind of like, ooh, actually, I don't really know about this. This can be pretty scary, right? This really makes how my lane goes have more of an impact. And a hero like Ursa is like, I'm chilling, right? I don't need this, but it's nice. And again, as I was saying before, this might even change how people kind of buy the item, because like on Alchemist now, I think it's a bit more appetizing to buy these damage items before even worrying about the Perseverance, but I could be off the mark there. BKB, I'm not gonna go over this because we already did. I will just reiterate, I really do not like this change. It's so complicated, I don't really think it helps anything. I think we've just made it harder for people to really like understand. Also, this is poorly written, still. It's not that their magic resistance is increased by 50%. It's their base magic resistance is increased by 50%. Their base magic resistance is increased by 50%. And, just to demonstrate why that matters really quick.
After you!
No, me first.
So,
Prepare for battle!
here is me pressing BKB. Wait, what the fuck? Did they already change it? Am I just stupid? This doesn't say base anywhere. Did I imagine that? I feel like I'm going crazy. Because I could have sworn it said base magic resistance. Hold up, I'm investigating. I'm investigating a rating. Okay, I just made up the base part. So I'm sorry, I'm just dumb? Also, Twitch is broken. I'm looking at the VOD right now, but it's showing the current chat on this VOD. Debuff immunity increases magic resistance and negates pure and reflected. Okay, never mind. I don't need to show this. To remind me that it's at 35% tomorrow. Or today, later. You know what? I'll just put in the in-house real quick, 35. Okay. I'm not going to go over BKB, but I do apologize how insanely wrong I was, and I apologize for insulting them. For how it's poorly written. It isn't, I just couldn't read. Blade Mail. Damage bonus decreased from 28 to 20. So it's -8. So it's an okay change now? I mean, no, but it is a lot better than what I was saying. I guess I should kind of talk about that. If it's base, it actually increases the magic resistance by a lot, right? Because it will also amplify the pipe. I kind of talked about it earlier, but like, if you multiply two numbers and you increase one of those numbers, you add to one of those numbers, right? And if you are then given the choice to add again to one of those numbers, you should choose the smaller number, right? So it's like a similar principle. Trying to explain for people who don't necessarily understand math as much, right? And this was that on like a whole new level, because base magic resistance, right, is what your magic resistance, so things like pipe or hood or cloak or auras, right, the creep, what have you, are multiplied by, right? So if most heroes have 25% base magic resistance. So if I were to gain 50 there and go up to 75% magic resistance, one, that's insane, because that's an additive magic resistance, which is basically unheard of in the game. Versus gaining 50% magic resistance, which would take me from 25, which is 100% of my magic resistance, times, and I would multiply that by 1.5, right? which is only 37. So it's a difference of 38-ish magic resistance, right? Just by where we do the math, right? And then on top of that, let's say it is base magic, so that's 75%. And then I have a pipe, which gives 25% now, right? So then my 75 times 1.25 is like 90-ish, right? That's huge. Versus what it actually is, which is, 25% plus or times 1 plus 0.5 plus 0.25, right? So that's 1.75. So 25 times 1.75, which is somewhere around 30, 38, 40-ish, right? That's so much more reasonable than what my dumbass was thinking. But also, to be fair, like, I played a game last night and people had BKB. And I don't know, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it makes sense. I don't know. But no. Damage bonus reduced, armor bonus increased. Okay? What are you doing here? Blade Mail is like a little bit worse of a farming item, and I think he's trying to maybe push it a little bit more towards like the identity that it's had for the longest time of being like this item that you buy for its active, right? That's a lot of armor, though. I kind of like it having the armor, right? Because it makes it easier to buy on like several heroes. But I also am not a huge fan of it as a farming item. It's interesting as a farming item, but I don't actually know if it's like good for the health of the game type deal. Anyway, not that huge. Orchid, recipe change. Now requires a Blitz Knuckles, Staff of Wizardry, Old Perseverance, and a recipe. So its total has been unchanged, right? But we got rid of... What was it, a row with a Magi? No, it was a Void Stone. We got rid of a Void Stone. And replaced it with an Old Perseverance. Now provides 6 health regen and plus 12 intelligence. Damage bonus decreased from plus 30 to 10. Oh shit, we also got rid of like a broadsword, didn't we? Didn't it have like a big damage item in here? Manage regen bonus decreased from 3 to plus 2.5. So it lost 20 damage. It lost a little bit of health, mana regen. It gained health regen. And it also gained a ton of int. Yeah, I think we replaced a sword, a broadsword, with a Staff of Wizardry as well. So we're trying to maybe kind of bring it back to being like sort of an int item, right? Which is neat. I wish they would have just provided all the stats, because it has to get some attack speed still. The item is still an insanely good like damage item, because it gives you 40 attack speed, 10 damage, right? It's just nowhere near as obscene as it was before. I still think that Orchid and Bloodthorn are like way too good for their cost, and I know that I am saying it's too good for its cost when it is like literally one of the most expensive items in the game. But I think that is a deceptive statement, because it's a combination of two items, two big items, right? One item that doesn't build into anything else and has a unique effect that you really can't find anywhere else. Orchid is unique, but you can find similar things in other places. You can buy a Sheepstick, you can buy a Yule's, you can buy you know, an abyssal. You can buy other items that sort of accomplish like an orchid role. Not really, but sort of, right? There is no like equivalent to Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer is unique. Right? I think Orchid just got opened up to like a lot more heroes. Even though the cost hasn't really changed, these components, oh, these components are really difficult because they're all 1,000, right? They're all 1,000, and well, at least only one of them is secret shop. So, health regen is, you know, just like pretty good. Int is like less, you know, unilaterally good for like all heroes, but still like pretty okay. I would say that overall this item has been toned down, right? But it has been opened up to I think more heroes because regen is like pretty good, at least in the Dota that we knew 2 days ago. Let me read what's happened to Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, total cost unchanged. Other shit changed. Now provides, it upgrades the health regen. Oh, I should have looked at the upgrades. It upgrades the int. It upgrades the int. It upgrades the attack. It upgrades int by 2. Attack speed by 5. It upgrades the health by 1. The mana regen by 0.5. Upgrades the damage by 3. With a cost of 275. Those are some pretty good upgrades, to be honest. Nothing too insane, like across the board, right? So that's like pretty good. In fact, it might even be like a little bit better. Just because I don't think that it upgraded the damage as much as it does now. Obviously, we're just talking about like an efficiency thing, not which doesn't really reflect real Dota, because Dota isn't just efficiency. Unless, you know, except for at times it is Lone Druid with 5 Wraith Bands. Do we nerf those? I need to know. Really? Really? Like, okay, I guess. I don't know. That seems really fucking weird to me. I don't actually think that a lot of that stuff is kind of work out the way that we wanted it to. Now provides 6.25 health regen. So it upgrades the health regen by 0.25. Intelligence bonus increase from plus 20 to plus 30, which reflects this 12, so it doesn't upgrade that. Damage bonus decreased from 50 to 35. So you lost 20, but you only lose 15 here, right? So it does upgrade the damage of both. Soul Rend no longer causes attacks on its target to have 100% crit chance to crit. Still provides the True Strike, okay? Additional damage dealt to the target of Soul Rend increased from 30% to 60%. Okay, so we've taken away this crit thing and just kind of done it to the end of Soul Rend, which is the that like bonus damage you take it once it stops. I think that this is good because I think it is a little bit more intuitive in which let me finish because in some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. I think it's a little bit more intuitive because you would take a lot of damage from Soul Rend, more than you would probably think you would take from Orchid, because of this whole crit thing, where every hit on you was actually a crit for like plus 30% damage, right? So it ended up being that you would kind of get like the double benefit, right? You would get crit here, and that crit would feed this end damage. So it really skewed like a lot of people's perspective who've like been Orchided and they took the damage. Like, okay, I took like some damage, but it isn't like an insane amount. But then you get Bloodthorned, right? You get like attacked a bit less, and you're like, okay, I took some damage, and it was more than because they were crits, right? But like I lived through the end of like the Orchid, and I took less damage, I think, right? But now, but then like actually in reality, you took a lot more damage than you probably thought because they were crits and shit, right? So then you would just fucking like explode because you're like, what the fuck? Like so little has changed, right? Now they'll do less damage on all of these hits, and they won't double benefit here. We've literally doubled the benefit here, but they don't get to like double dip on damage. They get the single dip, right? I think that this is better. I do think it is like a pretty large upgrade up from it doubles it from. So Bloodthorn is like an insanely cost-effective upgrade. Doesn't upgrade too much of a. Oh, holy shit! That int upgrade is huge. The attack speed is no upgrade. Damage is 5. Mana regen is 0.5. Int upgrade is 10. No magic resistance upgrade. And a 0.5 health. This is like a really big upgrade. It is an 800 recipe, right? So it kind of justifies how much it gets upgraded, but I don't think it's quite there. I think Bloodthorn is an amazing item. I think that this is a very good change. I like this quite a bit. I would have liked to see the damage come down a bit more, though. I really don't think it needs to provide like 1,000,000 damage. Vanguard. I don't really think too many heroes, by the way, that were buying Bloodthorn before. This really moves the needle, right? Yeah, I don't really think it really changes too much. I think it just brings a lot of it more in line. Vanguard, total cost decreased from 1825 to 1700. We reduced the cost of the ring. Health regen bonus decreased from 7 to 5.5, so it lost 1.5, right? That's a pretty significant decrease for a not as significant cost decrease. But I don't know, Vanguard's like super popular right now. I see it on like a lot more heroes than I feel like I would normally see it on, so it's weird, a little weird to me that it didn't change much more than this. But I see Crimson Guard is getting changed below, so maybe it'll make more sense. So I'm going to read the next one and then maybe come back. Recipe cost increased from 800 to 925. Total cost unchanged. Yeah, okay. Guard blocked damage rescaled from 75 to 70 plus 60% of the caster's strength. Guard duration decreased from 12 seconds to 8 seconds. What the fuck? I'm not really a huge fan of this. This really narrows the item down on like who can buy it. Because this is actually, I guess it doesn't narrow it down, but it feels like it's pushing us in a larger direction. Whereas before, like even as like a 5 or a 4, who were typically speaking intelligence heroes, I felt, you know, if we needed a Crimson Guard, I would just do it. But now it's kind of like, well, if my position 3 is like a strength hero, maybe I should kind of push them to do it. Hmm. Maybe this will finally be enough to convince people to buy Crimson Guard more, because like, it is a lot. That's a lot, man. I think Crimson Guard just became like super, super good. Yeah, I'm gonna stand by that. I think Crimson Guard's like pretty broken. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to say because I think that the game is ultimately making this insane shift. This insane shift to magic damage. A lot of these changes are really screaming to me like, what if magic damage were a lot better overall? And had significantly less counterplays. But moving on, that's like a much larger thought that I kind of need to stew on. Dagon, recipe change. Now requires diadem 1000, voodoo mask 700, and a 1150 recipe. Total cost rescaled from these numbers to these ones. It costs more at the start until Dagon 3, and it costs less from there. But it's not that much. Don't worry too much about it. The interplays with all attributes. Now also provides some lifesteal that scales. Energy burst now. Spell lifesteal 75% of the damage done. Now kills non-ancient and creeps. Chance already told me that it did the thing he asked for. Honestly, I already thought it did. I could have, like, we had a conversation like a month or two ago where I was like, I already thought it did this. I think Dagon's like quite good. All stats is like pretty good, and several universal heroes I think are like Dagon candidates. Also, oh god, multicast Pavis, Gen 2. Multicast, at least to my knowledge, does not work on allies. You cannot multicast Force Staff on your allies. Chill. It's so weird because I don't feel like Dagon has been this item that we need to take to Dagon 3 like we used to. But it kind of feels like they're also incentivizing it again. It's so weird. I don't know if Chancer is getting that same vibe where like why rescale the cost like this and not do it the way that I suggested a long time ago. I won't go into that now, but I had like a Dagon kind of like rework that I suggested a while ago. It's quite weird. It's hard for me to really comment too much on it because like so much has changed that it's hard to truly evaluate this item. Also, is Veil getting changed? No, really. I don't know, it's like another push towards magic damage, man. Because like our magic resistance is getting like a bit weaker, but also, you know, like we changed BKB, so like you can use it on them, and yeah, it'll do less damage, but it's still like damage. But also it has like another effect and shit, so that, you know, like more of this shit works. But like this is insanely. Hold up. Upgrading Dagon is so good. For 1,000 gold, you're getting 2 to all stats, 1 more spell lifesteal, minus 5-second cooldown, 100 damage, 50 range, but you're increasing the mana cost by 20. But here's the thing, it kills creeps instantly now. So like, it is somewhat like a Midas, with an insanely lower cooldown. I think that Ogres, as long as he still functions at least somewhat similarly with multicast and shit, I don't think they should be going Midas. You lose out on all the experience that you're purchasing with it, right? And like some of the other effects, but like I think you really gain from the fact that you get to use it every like 15 seconds. For people who are maybe curious, if I just can't read, Dagon just doesn't update its like tooltip.
Ogre Magi!
The very same.
Hit the road!
Prepare for battle.
So it's got a 35-second cooldown here, but now it's got a 30, 25, 20. It's just not documented like anywhere. So being able to kill, you know, like a creep every 15, non-ancient creep every like 15 seconds may not sound super good, but you know, if you can just like clear a whole creep camp instantly every 15 seconds, that's pretty good, right? Also like actually a pushing tool. Plus, it's better in fights, right? It's all stats, it's spell lifesteal on Ogre, he probably still casts spells and does like damage, right? So that's just a little couple of thoughts for you. Dragonlance, strength bonus decreased from 12 to 10. Yeah, makes sense. Item's like really good. I mean, other than Lash, what are the main magic cores prior to this? Yeah, you know, there's this hero that's like kind of new. You might know her. Her name's Muerta. Huck Void Spirit. Half of Ember Spirit builds. Throne Spirit. OD. Not OD, he's pure. E-Blade. Ether Blast will use 60% of the total sum of the target's attributes as their primary attribute when targeting universal heroes. Definitely intuitive. Definitely a good idea to have universal heroes. Who are they again? Brood Mother, why? Phoenix, why? Windrunner, why? Alright. Yule Scepter Divinity. Recipe cost increased from $6.50 to $7.75. Total cost unchanged. Sure. Wind Waker. Cyclone cooldown decreased. Oh shit. By 5 seconds. That's a huge upgrade. Movement speed bonus decreased. Hell yeah. Fuck movement speed. Like 20. And mana regen bonus decreased by 3. I would say that's a net win, except for maybe the movement speed. This is like a huge. That is very short. You're wind waking more. You're cycloning more than you're dag and fiving, which is crazy to think about. You're almost cycloning as much as you phase boots, I think. Or it's getting close. Gleipnir. Eternal Chain's radius decreased. Oh my god, we fixed the item, everybody. Everybody, go home, pack it up. Gleipnir is finally balanced. Except for the fact that it still reveals invisible units, works from the fog, does like 300 total damage, travels at the speed of light. But hey, it hits a little bit less area now. It still has a, like 750 diameter. Fucking dumb. Mjolnir. Recipe cost decreased by a little. Damage bonus increased. I'm almost 100% sure that it is because Gleipnir is just better Mjolnir 99% of the time. I don't think that this item is frankly speaking just better. More expensive though, right? Is it even? Yeah, okay, it's more expensive, but it's worth the price difference. It's like almost always worth the price difference. I would recommend almost never building Mjolnir right now. Almost always build Gleipnir. Glimmer King. Recipe cost decreased from 450 to 350. Total costs increased by 200. Yeah, it's because Cloak costs more. Costs 300 more. We reduced that there. Magic resistance bonus increased from 20% to 25%, so you get more passive. Glimmer now grants invisibility, plus 40 movement speed, and 300 magic damage barrier. Duration 5 seconds, mana cost 90, cooldown 12. I don't remember all of the old numbers. So this is a pretty big rework. So, in some ways this is a lot better. Like, you know, the part where you get movement speed. Also, I think it costs less mana, but they leave off a lot of information here. Okay, still the same range. So for stuff like, say, Reaper's Scythe, this is a nerf. This is a nerf because, like, 300 damage is not nothing, mind you. But, it's not as good as gaining, like, 70% magic resistance, or whatever the fuck it was. Right? But for, like, your everyday use, this is probably better for Glimmer Cape, especially the fact that it basically has an offensive component to it now by giving movement speed, right? Movement speed is king, as I always tell people. Movement speed also comes from nowhere, right? None of the components that have any, like, sort of relevance to that, right? The recipe also being cheaper is a little bit nice. This is a little worrying, though, because I think that this is like a big boost to heroes like Muerta, Necro, Storm. People who would do like this insane amount of damage, and you'd really like to put a Glimmer Cape on somebody to basically like drastically reduce it, and now it's like, hey, I put a Glimmer Cape on you, and now Muerta, it ate like 2 or 1 Muerta attack. Wink. I help, right? And it's like, okay, cool, she has like 1,000,000 attack speed, so she's attacked me instantly. Or, you know, the second bullet hit me. Shit like that. I don't really know how much I like it. It's kind of approaching like medallions territory. Heart of Tarrasque. It's like, yeah, it's like magic damage medallion now. Is medallion gonna give a fucking? No, it still gives armor for now. Heart of Tarrasque. Strength bonus decreased from 45 to 40. We're nerfing Heart? Do we nerf Satanic? Are we living in the same world? Bro, you're not gonna change any fucking lifesteal shit, are you? Man. Man. Sure. I don't really think this matters too much. Helm of the Dominator. Recipe change. Now requires Helm of Iron Will, Diadem, Recipe. Stats unchanged. Total cost increased from 24 to 26. Sure. It's nice that this has changed. That all of the real components are expensive. It used to be like 2 crowns, right? It was Iron Will Crown Recipe. So I think that this is significantly better because you can't go to lane with either of these items. You cannot go to lane already buying your Helm of the Dominator. So get fucked. Beastmaster, get fucked. Lycan. You guys don't really get to do this bullshit anymore. Which I think is great. They actually have to, like, play their lane. Like normal fucking human beings again. Now they have to, like, you know, wait to buy them. I guess they could also go to their lane naked, but I really don't recommend that. So that's a great change, I think. It makes the item, like, a little bit harder to buy, which I think is good. Honestly, I think we're kind of casting this item to the pit for a little bit, because he probably doesn't know what to fucking do about, like, this problem where only, like, 2 or a couple of heroes buy it, right? But it has, like, this insane impact on the game. And especially since he just, like, made some of it worse by having some of these creeps scale, right? Whereas before, like, those creeps didn't scale as much. They still did, because their auras and a lot of their abilities actually scaled, right? Like, giving heroes 15% health works for the whole game. But I think it's a nice start. It's a band-aid solution, but I'm in support of this one. Because I also don't know what the fuck to do, right? I don't think that a lot of what we've done really here has really been all that good. Helm of the Overlord. Total cost increased by a bit. Not too much. Dominated creep attack damage bonus decreased from 80 to 70. Armor bonus decreased from 8 to 7. And movement speed decreased from 400 to 380. Yes. So I think I'm pretty much on the money on us being kind of done with the way that it's being bought right now and rushed and how impactful it is. And we're kind of probably bringing that a little bit more in line with, like, most other items, because it's probably a little bit fucking bullshit how much it, like, affects the game. I think overall this is still pretty good. The more impactful change, I think, is this. This still matters, but I think a little bit less so. Holy Locket. Recipe change. Now requires a diadem instead of an energy booster, magic wand, the headdress recipe. Total cost unchanged. Now longer provides bonus health, no longer provides bonus mana. Good, but it does provide 7 to all stats now, though. Every charge now is a visual effect. Every charge now is a visual effect when used on allies. Good. I also thought that was very, very dumb, because it basically was, like, impossible for people to know what just happened. I think that this is a good change, because I don't think it needed to give the bonus health and bonus mana, because I thought that that shit was a bit absurd. I do still think that 7 to all stats is a lot. Or, you know, 10 to all stats is a lot. But it kind of fits more with, like, this idea that it's, like, super wand, right? Which is kind of neat. I think that the item might be bought a bit less, though, just because, like, it's not... You can't, like, break down your boots to buy it. But it's also, like, the heroes who buy it, I'm not sure how much they want the 10 to all stats as compared to spending the money more wisely, right? I don't know, kind of a weird spot for the item. Damn, dude, I'm still on item. Lincoln's recipe change. That requires an ultimate orb, old perseverance, and a recipe. Hey, this seems a little familiar. The regens were both decreased to kind of match. And now it grants plus 10 damage. You know, this is oddly familiar. Okay, sure. I guess this is okay. I don't know, Lincoln's in a really weird spot where, like, if you're ahead, Like, we're seeing, like, some supports by Lincolns to put on carries, and it's like, what the fuck is going on, man? This makes it, like, harder to purchase. Is it by a lot? No. Is it enough to matter? Yes. 10 damage also definitely matters. I think a lot more heroes are kind of maybe looking at buying Lincolns again. I think it's probably back on the menu for Weaver. Probably back on the menu for like maybe Morphling, but I don't know. Morphling's kind of moved on from it. I think people have just kind of adapted to the fact that you can just phase, you know, shift your attributes around and not need it anymore. So it's quite weird that it's just like being reverted. But I'm gonna move on. Mage Slayer, recipe cost decreased from 400 to 200. Total cost increased from 24 to 25. That's because the cloak got changed, right? I still think Mage Slayer is criminally underbought. It is a VNM staple. Highly recommended. Yasha, movement speed bonus increased from 8 to 10. 8 to 10. The double swords have had their movement speeds increased by 2% as well to reflect it. And Manta the same. I think he kind of wants Yasha to go back to being that item that people can buy to increase their farm, because it's really been left behind. If people don't know, Yasha is like... Yasha used to be like one of the best like mid-game items that you buy to like increase like your farming speed. Which is a big, I mean, like Animate is still one of the only heroes that buys Yasha the way like we used to, where he gets his Battle Fury and then he instantly buys a Yasha just because of how insanely impactful it is for your farm. And part of that's because Yasha lost some attack speed, but another big part of it is that Yasha lost movement speed. It's gaining some of that back now. It's still not quite at what it used. I think it used to be at 12%. So it's still not quite there, but I think Yasha is insanely back on the menu. The sad part about this is that people are gonna buy more Sanjas and Yashas because they're fucking stupid. Do not buy a Sanja and Yasha. I think the item is still pretty fucking bad. Buy Manta Set. It's a good item. Medallion. Valor cooldown increased from 12 to 16. Duration decreased from 12 to 8. K. Self enemy. The armor change for the active increased from 5 to 6. Okay, so wait, does it do more than it's worth? Cast on an ally grants selling 6. Yeah, okay, so it does more than you have. So you're actually losing armor. Which is neat. It puts you more of like, you know, in a risky spot. It reduces a lot of the efficiency of the item that I've kind of talked about, right? Medallion's an insanely efficient item. We don't buy it as much as we should. We do not buy Medallion as much as we should. Because we're done. Recipe cost decreased from 900 to 700. Total cost decreased by 200 gold. Same kind of change. Holy bursh. What? Cooldown decrease. Okay, it matches Medallion. Oh my god. Alright, Solar Crest is insane. For real this time, Chancer, we need to be buying Solar Crest like every game. %18, dude. That's such an insane movement speed difference, man. You still don't lose the movement speed when you use it. Insane chasing item. I like the Force Staff. Does Force Staff get changed in this patch? It does not. This item... Okay, let me say this. Solar Crest might be as good as Force Staff. Also, no change to Nullifier. Fuck you, Ice Rock. We'll just kick that fucking problem down the road. Dude, you can Nullifier BKB people now. Before, I'm pretty sure you couldn't nullify. It was that if you nullified them before BKB, it would still go through, right? I'm pretty sure it didn't dispel it, but you couldn't. Maybe you could still. I don't know. I think that matters. Solar Quest are very good. Meteor Hammer, Meme Hammer, deleted from the game. Good job. We finally did it. Recipe cost increased from 250 to 3 to 550. Total cost increased by 50 whole gold Rooney. Thank you. Thanks for all your wonderful help. So glad that you're here. Meteor Hammer Impact now slows enemies hit by 20% for the full burn duration. Cool. I'm hoping that there's a significant nerf here. Meteor Hammer stun duration decreased from 1.25 to 5. Hey! Cast range, radius, mana cost, cooldown. Increasing the damage to buildings. I don't know. This item is still busted. If people have stopped buying this item, it's because they're stupid. It's still really good. It just got... it just got, like, double the slow. Crazy, dude. Octarian. Recipe changed. Now requires a Perseverance and a Soul Booster in a recipe. You know, that seems a little familiar. That seems just a little familiar. Also, for anyone wondering why I turned off the music, my VOD got muted a little bit yesterday. Not too sure why, but here we are. Perseverance. I don't have too much to talk about here. Octarian no longer gives you cast range increase, which is very good, because Octarian was way too good. I will stand by it was one of the best items in the game. The ability for supports to just kind of be like, well, I guess I will upgrade my Aether Lens, which I have to buy because of the state of the game, and now I just get like the cooldown reduction, was insane. Just the most like obscene value proposition like in the game, right? Bringing it back down to this, something that I can't break down my mana boots twice to help produce, right? Another huge impact with this change, I think, is good. If I want an Aether Lens and cooldown reduction. I think having 2 inventory slots for it is good. My biggest problem with this change is that when we're doing this, have we buffed every support / nerfed every carry in order to compensate? I know that the answer is no. Please don't type the word no. I already know it's not. And like, where are supports really going to be left in the late game as a result of this change? Yes, BKB is different, but it's not different enough. We haven't solved any problems. We just changed the problem. Okay, that's not fair and not true. We have solved problems in this patch. I need to give credit where credit is due. I think that we have solved lane regen. So at least there's that. Perseverance. Total cost reduced. Yes, we already talked about this, kind of. Perseverance is in these items, right? Yeah, you know, sure. I don't have much to say than that. We've still got hero changes to go through, so you know, I gotta like whoop, whoop. Phase boots, movement speed bonus increase from plus 45 to plus 50. Don't know why. Power treads bonus now provides 45 movement speed to ranged heroes and 55 to melee heroes. I assume that this is because you believe that, for the most part, melee heroes have been kind of forced to go phase boots. Because, you know, they need like the movement speed to catch up to people. I don't agree with you, but sure. Honestly, I think this is an okay thing to experiment with, but I thought that the balance between treads and phase has been mostly like good right now. Sure, sure. Moving on. Refresher. Who would even make the switch? I guess some people are going phase on Slark just for the more movement speed. They might make the switch back to treads. There's no way like Ursa makes the switch back. No way that Jug does. He needs the phase. Also, it gives him better damage value with phase. One second. Refresher. Unchain now has an old perseverance, high cost recipe. Hey, that sounds really familiar. It's very similar to its old recipe. What was its recipe just before this? 2 perseverance and a thing, right? I like this because it really puts the pressure on you to get that recipe. This is way better designed, and I think it really goes back to kind of what Chancer and I were talking about, like, literally, a couple of days ago, that Refresher used to be, like, this risky item that you buy, right? Because buying it was risky. You had to buy, like, a really expensive recipe for back then. It's actually cost, like, less than it does right here, right? And I think this is really taking us closer to that, which I love. If only we could make some other small changes. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe Refresher shouldn't fucking refresh BKB. But it's fine because BKB isn't the same item anymore. But I'm a big fan of this. It lost some of its passive stats, it gained damage. Again, pretty similar to what it used to be like a long time ago. Pretty good revert, in my opinion. Satanic. Damage bonus decreased from 38 to 25, so I lost a big old 13 damage. Oh, boo fucking who. Fuck off, Satanic. You're amazing. Sheepstick. Total cost decreased by 125. Mana regen decreased by a little bit, and also its duration has been decreased by a little bit because of the whole, flat reduction, or the reduction we're trying to do like across the board. It's like amazing for me to think about how like Sheepstick, I feel like has kind of fallen behind in the world. It's still amazing. It's still like one of the best items in the game, but it feels like it's falling behind a lot of other items. I don't think we buy it as much as we used to, but also it's just because there are more items in the game, so it's kind of hard to evaluate. Shiva's Guard. Wave speed increased from 350 to 400. We are allowed to buff Shiva's Guard again because Tinker has been nerfed. By way of the Blink Dagger shit. I don't actually know what has happened to Tinker. Sure, this is honestly super good for everybody that is not Tinker. Urn of Shadows. If the owner dies with Urn having 0 charges, it now gains 1. Same for Spirit Vessel. Honestly, like, pretty good. People probably don't remember this, but about a year or 2 ago, Chancer and I got into, like, a pretty big argument because I told him to buy a Spirit Vessel in a game, and he, like, really disagreed. He was like, I'm not gonna buy that. We don't kill anybody. I'm not gonna have any charges, right? And this really helps with that. Because that is, like, a problem with Urn. I do not like this change. Urn should carry that risk. Urn should have the risk that if you kill 0 heroes, you don't get the active. That might be an unpopular take, but I think it's good for items to have downsides sometimes. I think it's fine. I think it's a great design space. I don't want Soul Ring to just become mana boots, right? It's okay that there's like a downside, because we can sometimes turn downsides into like upsides. Obviously, that isn't the case here, but yeah. And everything I just said about Spirit Vessel. Maybe I could see doing it for Spirit Vessel or not doing it for Urn. Who denies count? I would assume. Wraith Pact. Item removed from the game. Goodbye. Fuck you. I'm glad that we removed it. There are several other items we should remove. Also, no Aeon disc changes. No nullifier changes. Meme Hammer getting the largest slap on the wrist and honestly like a significant buff in some ways. Meme Hammer really just fucking making it through. BKB becoming an abomination. Medallion somehow becoming even better. Urn somehow becoming even better. Consumables really brought in line with the Band-Aid solution. Not a good solution. Not at all a good solution for the consumables. But hey, Wraith Pact, it's one down. A million to go. That's items. Holy shit, that took like 2 hours. If there are any questions on items, please ask. Because that was a lot. I'm going to move on to the neutral items, and I'll come back while I read this top part. Neutral creeps no longer drop neutral items on death. Now they drop neutral tokens of different tiers. Hey, Reddit. You can click on your neutral token to choose one of 5 random neutral items of the token's tier, and the token will permanently turn into one of those. Each hero has their own selection of random items. Having multiple tokens of the same tier will always result in the same selection of items, as the options are fixed per player, not per token. Okay, so that's the thing I was looking at. Neutral tokens are fully shareable and may be sent to the neutral stash. Neutral items claimed from tokens are not shareable anymore and cannot be taken from neutral stash by allies. Items have been muted in their inventory similarly to regular items. Neutral tokens can be equipped without the 6-second backpack penalty, but also can be used from the backpack. You can no longer see your allies' stash neutral items since you can't do anything with them. Alright, so this is a Band-Aid solution to the problem of neutral items, where RNG has an insane impact on the game. One team gets Philosopher's Stone, the other team doesn't. And this is to try to mitigate that. This does nothing to solve that. This does nothing to solve that. It just tries to shift it. There's still like a fairly large impact of neutral items, and that's still a fairly large amount of that is just, did you get it or did you not? Now it's a lot less team-based, right? It's very individualized. I don't really buy this narrative of, oh yeah, this is an improvement, because what happened before was the carry would just take the best neutral item and you were given the worst one. It's like, no, that's not really how that worked. We would try to like coordinate, like, this item is best on you, this item isn't on you. And sometimes, yeah, when there's only one, like, it gets prioritized, but not all the time. I'm near like the top of the ranking, right? And we didn't do that shit. I don't know what it's like below, I guess, but also, like, some people don't even fucking use neutral items, right? Even in some of our games, they're not holding one until like 12 minutes. So, like, yes, this is in some ways better. But as is not listed here, you can now get 2 of the same neutral item in a tier. So now, as the easiest example, now your team can have multiple Philosopher's Stones. Meanwhile, the enemy team, theoretically, could be offered 0 Philosopher's Stones. So the problem is still there. The problem hasn't changed. Right? It's still the same problem. We've just kind of like put some leaves over it to cover it up. It's still like the same. It's still dumb. I still don't like it. Especially since if you look down 2 lines, we've added the Faded Brooch, which is an insanely broken neutral item. This item was so good when it was removed, because this item is so fucking good. And I'm so happy that we can potentially have multiple of them on like every, like the whole game could theoretically have this item. I think this item, I think Faded Brooch, like low-key breaks some of the early game. And is an item that's good enough that you could take it over some tier 3 neutral items. At least as far as I know, because God knows what they're about to add. I hate neutral items. I hate them. I love some of what they try to do to Dota, but I hate the implementation, and I hate the way that they work. I do not like them, and this does not change it. I still beg you, Ice Frog, if you hear this, if you see this in any way, I beg you, remove neutral items. If you're not convinced, like, just let me talk to you. Let me take you through, like, the player mentality of they got a Spell Prism, we didn't. GG. It's stupid. That's all I'm gonna say about this, okay? I'm gonna move on. I'm done talking about the actual neutral items. Possessed Mass, item cycled out. Possessed Mass is like actually pretty good. It has like a pretty profound, it has the potential to have a pretty profound impact on Core's farming ability. That said, it's still like worse than several other neutral items and shit, so kind of sad to see it go, especially since the Faded Brooch is replacing it. Faded Brooch, for people who don't know, is like 20 movement speed and like 150 max mana. It's really fucking good. It's 200 mana again. Pretty sure this was a lower amount and we just buffed it. Also, it uses 2 different icons. It's very good. It's better Pigpole for the most part. Why use Pigpole when I could just always have it effective? It's very, very good. I'm mad. Lance of Pursuit. Hound slow duration increased from 1 second to 2 seconds. Isn't it like a 15 or 20% slow? That is very long. That is an unneeded buff, but not as bad as the Brooch being back in. But sure, okay. People honestly don't really use Lance of Pursuit too much, except for like a couple of heroes. So in the context of this shit, it's not as bad. Occult Bracelet. All attributes bonus increased from +3 to +4, which is huge. And now provides +10% magic resistance. Oh good. Magic resistance on a neutral item in tier 1. What could be wrong with that? Couldn't imagine that having an insane impact on Dota. Like more shit for him. Both have to learn. Seeds of Serenity. Health bonus increased from 100 to +150. Okay. It makes the item like a fair bit better. And the active's health regen has been increased. I am one of few people who will use this item a lot, so this is a big buff for me. but if I'm being 100% honest, I cannot imagine that I am given 5 options here and I take the Seeds of Serenity. It's insanely hard for me to imagine. And we're going to start running into that problem a lot now. Because when you're given 5 choices out of these tiers, right? Like, we're basically unsolving, like, the thing that neutral items kind of exist to solve, which is where, like, we do the same shit every game. They no longer, like, provide any the variety, because the variety is about to plummet. Not go to 0, mind you, but, like, a lot. I don't see myself taking Seeds. I cannot imagine a combination of 5 here where I take Seeds of Serenity. I can't imagine this. We didn't get our neutral items, or at least I wasn't given my token at, like, a reasonable time, right? So we already have tier 2 or tier 3 neutrals, and then I get my tier 1 token, and I'm like, well, I don't really see much of a use of me taking, like, a Faded Brooch or whatever, right? So maybe I'll take the Seeds of Serenity because I can use it sort of like an Arcane Ring or a Shovel, and that I'll just pop it in and use it kind of sometimes, right? If you'll notice, that explanation took like a million years. That's because the situation that I just came up with is insanely contrived. Not impossible. Maybe this will happen like once every 10 games, 15 games, right? What else is like a million more neutral creeps and like a whole bunch of other shit. So who fucking knows? Neutral items suck. Trusty Shovel. Summoned Kobold is now controllable by the player that dug it up. This means that you have like a unit that you can kind of Helm of the Dominator use, but also, if it stands near you and teammates, you get some more GPM, which is definitely good and definitely not bad, but it is kind of fun, so honestly, I'll give it a bit of a pass. The Trusty Shovel is still in the game, despite its profound impact on Dota, which pisses me the fuck off. Also, your team can have 2 shovels. Spark of Courage, new tier 1 neutral item. Passive, Courage. Provides plus 10 damage when the owner is above 50% health, and 5 armor when they are below that threshold. This item is very good. 5 armor is a lot. Especially around 7 minutes. Like, for a lot of heroes, that's like basically taking no damage, right? If I have this on Bounty Hunter, it's like, okay, I go in to gank somebody, and when I start taking damage, all of a sudden my health basically doubles. Because again, roughly speaking, every point of armor is worth about 6% effective HP. So once you fall below 50% HP, your effective HP increases by 30%. That's crazy. This item is just like really, really good. Duelist Gloves, plus 10 damage, and grants 15 attack speed as long as there are no enemies. Wait, as long as there are no enemy heroes at the night. It's just a farming item? What the hell? That's so much. That's so much. Who the fuck is taking the broom handle? Actually, no, broom handle's better. Broom handle's still better. Even if you're a ranged hero, broom handle might still be better. Baby snake? Baby snake? What are we talking about? I was just kind of lost in thought for a second. Alright. Brigand's Blade, item cycled out. Yeah, the few heroes that really use Brigand's Blade I was really broken on. And also, like, I don't know, there's just some things about it that are just, like, unacceptable, like Winner. Dagger over Stool, item cycled out. Yeah, like, literally nobody used this item. I think I often saw people that would rather have tier 1 than have the Dagger over Stool, which is dumb. Dagger over Stool is actually, like, super good, but it's just too annoying. Nether Shawl, item removed from the game, which is different than item cycled out. God, I hope you're telling the truth. I do not like Nether Shawl. I will not elaborate. People's Gift now provides half the value to all attributes for universal heroes. Sure. This is really good. This should, if you have a universal hero on your team, I think it should like always go to them. Philosopher's Stone, GPM bonus reduced from 80 to 75. Oh my god, we fixed it. Just kidding, it's still like an insane problem. Orb of Destruction, item re-edited and moved from tier 3 to tier 2. It got its armor reduction reduced down to 3, and the slow has been reduced down by a little bit. Orb of Destruction is insanely good. Unless they add the absolute most insane item with like this cape, the orbs, the two balls are like the greatest neutral items. For those who are unaware, Orb of Destruction stacks with Blightstone, stacks with Orb of Corrosion, stacks with Orb of Venom, stacks with Deso, stacks with Deso 2. But it doesn't take up an inventory slot, it takes up a neutral item slot. Also, does this still have stats on it? No, okay. This item is very, very good on a lot of heroes. Even just taking it as a support is really good. Specialist Array. Cooldown decrease from 12 seconds to 8 seconds. The item's awkward to use. Let's just be real. This is its biggest thing. It's the Dagger over Stool problem. People are old and they're fucking boomers, and we don't like to use neutral items. Honestly, I think if you do like even a bracket by bracket analysis, I'm gonna go ahead and venture a guess that all passive neutral items are more popular than all active neutral items. No. I mean unilaterally. Vampire Fangs. Item re-added. Oh, fuck, man. Lifesteal against creeps is now reduced by 50%. Spell lifesteal for free. Thank you. Couldn't be happier. This item is also really good. The tier 2 neutral items are insanely good. Gossamer Cape. Plus 20 movement speed. Wow. Passive, 6 cents. Automatically dodge the next attack from a hero. Cooldown 5 seconds. This is pretty good. This is really good. But it's actually kind of amazing because it's like actually maybe worse than the Faded Brooch. 5 seconds is a short amount of time. It's different Faded Brooch. Cool. There's a Faded Brooch in tier 1 and tier 2. I don't know. This evasion shouldn't be on neutral items. Send tweet. I don't know. This item is pretty good, but I think Philosopher's Stone is still king. Over Destruction is insanely good, and Vampire Fangs is probably still better than it, but maybe equal to it. There are insane options in tier 2. Tier 2 is like a huge jump forward in the game, in my opinion. Blast Break, item removed from the game. Yeah. It was quite good. And I think that people, I don't know, it was like kind of hard to use sometimes though. And to sneeze. Ceremonial Robe, mana bonus increase from 250 to 350. Ceremonial Robe does not need a buff. Please don't give it one. Enchanted Quiver now provides plus 50 attack range. Chancer is fucking clicking his mandibles so hard over there. I know it's only for ranged heroes, but like, Chancer is an insane Enchanted Quiver lover. I'm now switching over to maybe liking it a lot more, but the fact that it had the cooldown, so I'm having a neutral item that doesn't do something a lot of the time, was a big downer for me, but now it has a passive component, so it's super good. Dandelion Amulet. 300 mana, plus 25 movement speed. Wait. Does it run out? You didn't finish the sentence. Consumes a charge? Nice. Consumes a charge? Do they recharge?
Prepare for
Yes.
battle.
So be it.
Oh, maybe not draw.
Forward.
Consumes a charge?
Very good. Good God, man. I'm under attack. It's not time yet.
Alright, so it's reusable raindrops then. Wow, that's really good.
A position of power.
This is a Zeus without boots, by the way.
I ordain it. Your prayer answered. Sound advice.
Holy shit, dude. We gotta undo this.
Onward.
This shit is fucking crazy.
Sound advice.
Oh my god.
Time to play God. I wanted to say that.
Dandelion Amulet is really good. Super good support item. Defiant Shell. 7 to all attributes and 5 armor. Reciprocity. Reciprocity. When attacked, the hero counterattacks the target with their attack range. Or within their attack range. Cooldown of 5 seconds. This is dumb, but it's fun. Sure. This is dumb, but I kind of like it because it's dumb. Vindicator's Axe. I guess we're no longer... Oh, we haven't been. Vindicator's Axe. Plus 25 attack speed. Has a Vengeance. Provides plus 30 damage if equipped hero is silenced, and plus 12 armor if equipped hero is stunned. 12 armor? This one's just stupid. I don't like this one. I'm not sure how I feel about these conditional items. I think that they're kind of weird, and I'm not super for it. Alright, Flicker removed. Witchbane removed. Witchbane was very, very problematic. Flicker, honestly, was super annoying, and few people actually ended up using it, I feel like. Havoc Hammer. Damage bonus increased from 12 to 14. Sure. Strength bonus increased from 12 to 14. Yeah, people don't use this item, like, literally ever. And this might be the difference maker, but I don't think so. Mindbreaker is somehow not removed from the game. Amazing. Magic attack damage. It's moved from tier 3 to tier 4 at least, so sure. But also, there could be multiple Mindbreakers in the game! There could be fucking 10 Mindbreakers in the game, theoretically. Isn't that super cool? Magic attack damage bonus increased from plus 25 to plus 45. Ooh, I love giving people plus 45 magic damage on every attack. Attack speed bonus increased from plus 25 to plus 30. Ooh, oh yeah. Silence strike, silence duration increased from 1.75 seconds to 2 seconds. Oh yeah, it needed to be longer. Oh yeah, Dota fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, but you're not gonna be silent for 6 seconds. Like, come on. But this shit's deplorable. It's disgusting that this is still in the game. Stormcrafter. Now provides plus 25 movement speed. No longer has an active. Passive Bottled Lightning now hits up to 2 targets. Honestly, this is probably for the best, because Stormcrafter was, it was a lot. It had a pretty profound impact on the game. Martyr's Plate. Plus 20% magic resistance. Holy shit. Active. Martyrdom. Redirects 20% of all damage dealt to allied heroes within a 900 radius towards you for 8 seconds. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not quite how he worked, but it's not super far off. And his name was literally Martyr. The Han hero, chat. The Han thing. You wouldn't get it. That's pretty good for 20% magic resistance, man. Also, it lets you actually tank. Apex now provides plus 25 to all attributes for universal heroes. Yay. Woo. Fallen Sky. Stun duration decreased from 2 seconds to 1.6 seconds. This is part of the whole stun reduction thing. And that is it for neutral items. We are cusping on hero changes. 6 hours in. Before I scroll down, are there any questions? Please type them now. I'm going to take a small break. Did you miss a lot from the item sections? Here's what I would recommend. If you're only looking here because you're only interested in heroes, but maybe you become interested in items, I would recommend maybe like skipping through it with your arrow key, right? And if my camera doesn't move for a while, maybe listening there. But I think that honestly, unless you really want to hear me be mad, you can skip some neutral item parts, but it might be useful. Man, items is really long. The BKB stuff, I did in the morning. Oh, I did yesterday, right? Thank you, thank you. Oh, actually, you know what? The item section is worth watching, at least for a lot of this. But this was part of last night, right? I did start by talking about this at this one. So again, if that interests you, then watch this one. I learned that BKB does not work the way I read it last night. I guess I was just dumb and couldn't read. BKB does not increase your base magic resistance. Just gives you 50% magic resistance. It does not increase your base. Other than that, skim and watch it if you like, but I wouldn't say it's too important. But now I'm going to put my camera here, and I'm not going to move it because I'm going to take a little break. If you have any more questions, ask them, and I'll answer them when I come back to the best of my ability. I'll be right back. I'll be gone for not too long. All right, hello. I have returned. I'm going to scroll down. I'm not actually looking. I'm just scrolling down and giving people a little bit more of a window, right? I don't see any questions. Nice. I have DMs. Oh yeah, Jensen, that item is fucking... Oh man, I gotta come up with something for it. Yep. Alright. We're good. Abaddon. Now as a universal hero. Base damage decreased from 28 to 38 to 9 to 19. We're gonna... Yeah, thank you. Strength gain decreased by 0.4. Agility gain decreased by 0.2. And intelligence gain decreased by 0.8. So just fucking insane stat reductions. Man. It's like a lot. My man's is gonna have less health, he's gonna have less attack speed, and he's gonna have significantly less int, I think. And significantly less mana, right? And that's pretty big blow to like support Abaddon, in my opinion. These two changes. Damage on level 1 decreased by 4. So he used to be 50 to 60, now he's 46 to 56. Which again is a blow. But damage gain per level increased from 2.6 to 2.82. Chancer, are you still here? If you're still here, are they gonna give me this breakdown like every time? Are they gonna be able to tell me? Oh, thank fucking Christ, man. Oh man, I was really worried that I would have to do like all that math myself. So one, thank you, Valve. Thank you for doing this. For doing this. This is genuinely so helpful. To give me like the differential here. They didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. I think this is mostly fine. Honestly, I think Abaddon probably comes out ahead overall in all of this, just because... Like, no, I think Abaddon comes up behind. I'm sorry, I just flip-flopped, but I thought about it for a little bit longer. Ignoring, like, position 1 Abaddon, right? I don't really think Abaddon cares too much about his damage. What he did care about was having the stats to support his abilities and to be the high enough health hero to really facilitate some of it. So I really think that he's kind of lost out in some of this exchange, because he's exchanged the other value of stats for damage. And I don't honestly think he cares. He cares, but not like that much. But another thing that it means is that, like, Manta is stronger on him, because... Will this be the death of Carry Abaddon? No. I think that this is more of a detriment for support Abaddon. This only reinforces Carry Abaddon, in my opinion. When you think about Carry Abaddon, what you think about is like Radiance, you think about Manta, you think about Echo Saber, you think about those kind of things, right? And the fact that he's universal now means that Manta gives him damage, right? Previously, it didn't give him any damage. The damage, like the value came from the illusions and shit, right? Now those illusions are getting damage. Abaddon will get less damage from his Echo Saber, sure. But also, universal heroes are a little bit more stat agnostic, right? Which reinforces stuff like Vanguard, Radiance. These non-stat affiliated items start to be evaluated at a different level for universal heroes. I think other people are going to focus on the fact that universal heroes benefit from all stats. So they're going to be like, oh, I want all stat items, right? I did this last night because I was dumb. But I think in reality, what we need to do is we need to shift our focus away from attributes and more raw stats or only effects, right? So Abaddon isn't buying a Kaya, right? Obviously he's gonna buy a Yasha, but also some games maybe he'll just want to buy a Sanj, and it'll be very similar for him, right? We need to start with Radiance. Again, no stats, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care about like building up one stat like Morphling or plus 10 all stats will give universal heroes 18 damage. Yes. It's one of like the actual neat things about universal heroes is that some previously items have like an alignment, so to speak. Like Yasha's an agility item. It goes for agility heroes, right? And we have people who break some of those norms, sure. Like, Abaddon, who was literally buying a Manta or looking at one, right? But now, items like Radiance, which didn't previously necessarily have like an affiliation, right? Kind of do. They're universal. Any item that doesn't provide a singular stat type now needs to kind of be reevaluated under all these universal heroes. The same way that we're going to have to reevaluate every item that gives all stats for all these universal heroes. Like Techies. So Techies is a universal hero now, right? And Techies does, okay, at least as far to my knowledge, Techies does real damage at level 1. Techies! Unless we've changed that again. Techies is back to doing very little damage at level 1. But, let me buy my starting items real quick. Techies does real damage. See, now, right, I just gained 11 damage by spending 450 gold. And like, this is not a very good, it's not a very good inventory, but it does have room to grow. It should still leave some room for a little bit of regen, and it makes Techies a little bit more of a threat in the lane. It still gives him, like, how much mana? Still gives my mans 120... No, not 100, like 100-ish mana. 80 mana, right? Which is basically another... It's gonna be another Sticky Bomb plus a little bit more, right? Because of mana regen. And that is, like, potentially enough, at least for the start of his lane. We have to reevaluate, like, a lot of heroes on some of these metrics. All of these universal heroes, let's see if it's unfucked itself. All of these universal heroes, right? We have to reevaluate, like, their starting items are, for some of them, are definitely going to change. Like, Dazzle. I'm probably not going to buy a Fairy Fire anymore. I'm probably going to go back to buying two sticks. Or two branches. Because I think it gives me better like growth potential. For Nyx Assassin, I'm never buying another Slipper of Agility on him. Ever, right? I'm just never going to do that again. For Magnus? Magnus is just taking a big hit, right? I'm not buying a Bracer on him. Heroes were like before, you were like, I don't want to buy a stat on them, right? Or at least I don't want to buy like their primary attribute, right? It's become a lot easier just to kind of buy items that are actually good for you, right? On Venge, I didn't really want to buy a Wraithband. Venge has fine enough armor, right?
We put the tech in technically. We meant to do that.
But now, I don't even have to worry about it. I can just go back to being my fucking bracer buying motherfucker. Now, some heroes, you know, kind of do lose out a little bit. Like Windrunner. Windrunner didn't really mind buying null talismans. But also, Windrunner can now buy a Wraithband, and it's going to be very broken unless they drastically rework the hero. Because Windrunner has bad armor, right? And when people kind of wake up to the fact that Wraithband gives you armor and she can buy it, and it be basically as effective as like a null talisman, right? That's probably going to be a problem. I'm going to venture to guess. Man, I really hate universal heroes. But like for heroes where they still want to buy like those items that they were buying before, right? But those items they were buying before were their primary attribute, they kind of lose a little bit. So Pang. Pang is a loser here, I think. Think of an item that Pang would like to buy now, right? Or would like to buy before that was not agility. Echo Saber, right? No. Yeah, see? Like, it's like, he bought a couple of items. They were already stat agnostic, but one of them was Diffusal. Diffusal gives 25 to 2 attributes. 25 times 0.6, right? 2/3 of it is like 8. No, 16. But it's probably gonna be, actually, wow, he's gonna like literally gain the same amount of fucking damage. He doesn't even lose here. What? That's fucking crazy. What else does he buy? Javelins, but the javelin things don't give a stat. Gleipnir gives all stats, right? Oh shit. Oh man, we've made so many problems. No, I don't know if Pang lost anything here. May have come out ahead? Anyway, Moving on. Carry Abaddon. Still a thing. A little bit of a tangent, huh? Aphotic Shield. Now considered a damage shield. Stacks additively with other damage shields. Okay. Be gone. They really should have had a larger explanation of this, because, like, what... Besides, like, the shield rune, like, what is it gonna stack? Capture Frozen? Couldn't be. Borrowed Time. Cooldown increased from 60, 50, 40 to 70, 60, 50. So that's plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Definitely matters, but also pretty deserved. Borrowed Time being at 40 seconds was definitely way too low. It made killing late game Abaddon like a real pain in the fucking ass. Because you only really had like 30 seconds, right? And it was not super hard for Abaddon to kind of live through 30 seconds. Talents. Level 20 talent, minus 8 second borrowed time cooldown, replaced with 85 DPS borrowed time immolation. 400 radius effect while borrowed time is active. Damages both Abaddon and enemies. Oh, he's given guaranteed damage to himself in borrowed time now with this talent. What's it against? It's against something insane, isn't it? No, I think you gotta always take the immolation, dude. $85 self-damage is a lot over the course of it. That's super good. I think you should always take this talent, even if you're a support Abaddon. What a neat talent. I can't believe they didn't make it a shard. I also cannot believe that Radiance made it through the way that it is right now. Sacred Relic is too good. Okay. That's our first universal hero. Woo! Alchemist. Acid Spray. Cast point improved from 0.2 to 0.1, so he cast it way faster. Cooldown decreased from 22 to 22, 21, 2019. Mana cost decreased by 10. The cooldown -0, -1, -2, -3. Pretty huge. Duration decreased by 1. And the damage per second increased from 20, 25, 30, 35 to 25, 30, 35, 40. So that's plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5. Plus 5 damage at all levels. The cast point really didn't matter too much, but it makes it easier to cast it after throwing Concoction, so that they get hit with it while you're de-armored. I would say Acid Spray is probably out of control. Acid Spray already, right now, is really good. Unstable Concoction. Max stun duration decreased from 2.2, 2.8, 3.44 to 1.7, 2.2, 2.7, 3.2. So that's minus 0.5, minus 0.6, minus 0.7, minus 0.8 seconds. That is a huge reduction. But it is really hard to comment on a lot of these because it is a lot that's happening over the board. So I'm trying not to really spend a lot of time on it. You should look at a couple of key numbers when you're looking at these stuns. 3 seconds is kind of a key number. If your stun is over 3 seconds, it means you can throw the stun at somebody and TP. And that's pretty strong. You'll notice that like some stuns will definitely be catered towards that 3 second mark. Also, 2 seconds is the minimum for comboing with Meteor Hammer. Actually, it's a little bit less than 2 seconds, but let's not get into it. Just for now, let's say it's 2 seconds. Goblin's Greed, now an innate ability. That means he always has it. Max bonus gold per kill rescaled from 15, 18, 21, 24 to 18. What? Bounty rune multiplier rescale from 1.8, 2.2, 2.63 to 2. Cringe. What? I understand that it can't scale because you can't like put points into it specifically, right? Because it's innate. But I don't know. I think that there's a better way to implement this. This is not nearly as like pogged. Corrosive Weaponry, a new basic passive ability. Attack supply a stacking debuff on enemies that reduces movement speed by 3, 4, 5, 6% and status resistance by 3, 4, 5, 6% per stack. Applying a new stack refreshes the duration. Has no effect on buildings or Roche. Max stacks 5, 7, 9, 11. Debuff duration 3.5 seconds. %66% status resistance reduction. 66% movement speed is slow. If I'm being honest, I don't like this. It kind of encroaches a little bit too much on... I think we've got too many of these, like, hit heroes more times situations. We've got Ursa, we've got Monkey King, we've got Fervor, right? It's a bit much for me. I don't feel like this makes Alchemist any more like unique. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. This could use work. Probably like a rework, please. Now, is it good? It's at least okay. But I just don't think it really fits all that well on Alchemist. It just makes him so better at something he was already like good at. Right? Like it just rewards him for hitting people many times when like, yeah, no shit. Like we already do that, right? The status resistance is like neat for his team, but also status resistance is yucky and gross. And the less we interact with it, like the better for the game, I think. 3.5 seconds is also like not a lot of time. By comparison, level 1 Fury Slice lasts like 15 seconds. So I guess this gives it a little bit of identity because it's like, it's so short, right? But... we'll see. Chemical Rage. Bonus health regen. Why can I... whoa, get away. No, no, no. Chemical Rage bonus health regen increased from 50, 75, 100 to 50, 80, 110. So it's plus 0, plus 5, plus 10. Sure, let's just power creep that some more. Talent, level 15 talent damage. Oh, level 15 talent. Damage per Grievel's greed stack increased from 1.5 to 3. Sure. I still don't think it's that great. The other one's like really good. It's like acid spray gives teammates armor or something, and you should take that talent like literally every game. Because it gives you armor. And Alchemist, one of Alchemist's largest weaknesses is armor. Kinda weird, not super happy with it for Alchemist. Ancient Apparition. Cold Feet stun duration decreased from 2 to 1.53, 3.5 to 1.6 to 2.4, 2.8. So that's minus 0.4, minus 0.5, minus 0.6, minus 0.7. I am, for those stun ones, I'm gonna stop reading the from, and I'm just gonna read the to, for my sake. It does suck for Cold Feet, because it really takes Cold Feet down from its absolute insane state that it reaches later on. For those who don't know, Cold Feet stun was so long that like later on in the game, it really eats into its own cooldown, right? Because also like the stun is delayed, so if they do get stunned, they, I believe, are guaranteed that you could cast a Cold Feet on them just before they unfreeze, or like right after. So it's really good, because it really puts the pressure on them to fucking move, right? But also during that time you could have like Ice Vortex around them, so it's like harder for them to get away and shit. So this is a blow, but honestly it's probably like a little bit deserved. Just a little bit though. Ice Vortex, Shard removed. Yeah. Yeah. So like AA's Shard was like definitely way too good. Oh, okay, now deals 12, 20, 38, 36 damage per second to enemy units in the area. Okay, good. I mean, we wouldn't possibly want the hero to be worse. Duration decreased from 16 to 6, 9, 12, 15, so minus 10, minus 7, 4, 1. That's a big blow, for sure. That one really sucks. Cooldown increased from 7654 to 10864. So plus 3, plus 2, plus 1, plus 0. Honestly, this is probably okay. It's still really good. It's still like really, really good. But this is probably fine. Keep in mind that Cold Feet did just get nerfed. And also, like, a bunch of other shit has just changed so insanely that, like, this is probably okay. But still really good. Mind, like, don't get me wrong, this is really fucking good. AA, I think, is probably like a little bit broken. But I think they were before. Ice Blast, now upgradable a Shard. Enemies hit by Ice Blast explosion are stunned with the current level of Cold Feet for 60% of its duration. Doesn't stun and debuff immune enemies. That's really good, because that means that if you Cold Feet and then Ice Blast, they get Cold Feeted. Well, Cold Feet is ticking down, so that they get hit with the real Cold Feet. AA is out of control. AA is VNM, for sure. Anti-Mage. Base strength decreased from 21 to 19. Sure. I'm expecting animes to get buffed, and I just can't believe I said those words. Base health regen increased from 0.25 to 0.75. Okay. That's... Those two changes are fine. He's mana burn... Mana break. Mana burned per hit decreased from 2840, 5264 to 2530, 3540. So -3, -10, -17, -24. Okay, that's like a lot less. Max mana burn per hit increase. Here we go. From 1, 1.8, 1, 2.6, 3.4 to 1.6, 2.4, 3.2, 4. So that's... Well, 2.4, 3.2, 4. So that's plus 0.6, plus 0.6, plus 0.6, plus 0.6. 0.6% means that for every 1,000, you'll burn 6 more mana. Right? Now plays a slightly different sound when the target is below 50%. I'm going to go ahead and say that Animage had a net loss here. Right? Because think about it. In order to make up the difference of 24 mana, right? By this 0.6%, that person would have to have 4,000 mana. Right? Now, the real thing that gets fucked up here is like the illusions, but no matter what, this has to be worse for Animage. Because you would have to have 4,000 mana for it to be equal to what it was before. Right? So, if we're just looking at level 4, right, which can give us some indication on the other levels, at 2,000 mana is what I would consider a lot of heroes to reach kind of casually in Dota. Right? A lot of like int heroes, and I guess a lot of universal heroes, as far as I'm aware right now. Right? It's reasonable to hit like 2,000 mana, it's reasonable to hit like 1,000 plus. He should be burning 18 or 12 less mana per hit. And that's like a lot. That's a lot of damage that you're saving and shit. So, I think this is actually a pretty sizable nerf. It's not the nerf that I want, because I want Counterspell to disappear. Not the magic resistance component, but the active component. Because it's literally just too good. But this is also kind of acceptable. We're not done. We're not done, mind you. But it's progress. Now, is it as much progress as I think? Because remember everything I said about Battle Fury. Oh, also, for key points in the item section, please go see the cornucopia, whatever the fuck it is. Or as I call it, Old Perseverance. And my comments on Battle Fury. That was pretty long, and I think pretty important. Blink. Cooldown increased from 12, 10, 8, 6 to 13.5, 11, 8.56. So plus 1.5, plus 1, plus 0.5, plus 0. This is also, like, pretty good. Right? Because it's making Animage a lot more XP hungry. This guy is needing levels. a lot more. And when we kind of put Mana Break in the position that it's in, and we put Blink with this change, it takes points away from Counterspell, which makes him a lot more vulnerable for more of the game, right? Because if they take points away from either of these, then they're reducing their farming, they're reducing like any potential impact that they actually reasonably have, and right, you get the idea. So that's neat. That's pretty good. Again, I'm not happy. I still think that Animage like legitimately makes the game just less fun right now. Like they've really leaned into this anti-fun idea. Talents, level 20 talent. Blink cast range decreased from plus 250 to plus 200. Yeah, but the blink cooldown talent still exists. And like the problem is that it's just like way easier to pick. Oh, actually wait. Yeah, you still take the blink cast range talent, thank you. This is like a no-brainer. Fuck you, Animage. Zet. All Tempest Doubles abilities are replaced with Tempest versions of Zet's abilities. The Upheaval has attuned Zet to the Ancients. When playing on Dire side, Zet will have the Tempest abilities by default, and his Zet double, on his Tempest double, will have its normal abilities. This condition is temporary and will go away once Zet adapts to the new paradigm. So you're saying this is just like a temporary change because you guys want to do like a thematic thing with the map changing? Or do you mean like there's a point in the game where this stops happening? I don't. He kept his eggs? I'm lightheaded. Alright. Flux. Tempest version provides higher damage, but lower movement speed penalty to the enemy. I am not going to read all these numbers. It's too much. Magnetic Field. Tempest version provides 150 attack range for range heroes only. Adds 20, 40, 60, 80 magic damage to attacks made by allies from the field, and has an increased duration 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. There's no downside. Unless you're saying it doesn't provide attack speed. Who fucking knows? Let me just go to the hero, maybe, and...
Matter has been split from its intent.
Okay.
These must be made to unite.
Man, it sucks to be a new player. It's too much.
The magic ends here.
A radiant alliance.
Alright, so then Spark Wraith will, when it's the Tempest version, Increase the speed of the Wraith and slow duration and decreased activation delay and damage. Okay, and also less damage by an amount, but not enough. It's a lot longer but slow. Alright, level 15 talent, plus 40 attack speed in magnetic field to okay, so for the Tempest versions we need to change some of these talents. Right? Okay, I guess literally just this one. If you have the Tempest version of magnetic field, it gives it 40 more magic damage on the attacks. Level 20 talent from plus 40 flux damage replaced with minus 9-second magnetic field cooldown. Holy shit!
The true path.
Self unites with radiant self.
Wow. Okay. Level 20 talent. 125 spark race damage replaced with plus 35% spark race damage. Oh my god. To get to 465, right? 35 would take it to right around the same number. It's like 450-ish, right? But it takes this one a lot low. Okay, this is better. This is a nerf. 25 talent from 40% Tempest double cooldown reduction replaced with no damage penalty distance for Tempest double. I love that this talent is gone. I hate what you've done with it. Thank you, Odessa. So plus 119 for the normal one. Plus 89 for the Tempest version. Okay. Zet is in a better place than he was before. He's a more interesting hero, for sure. He still has the Ags, which is a deplorable mistake. But we haven't addressed some of the shit. Oh, I fucking skipped Tempest double cooldown decreased from 60, 50, 40 to 56, 48, 40. So that's minus 4, minus 2, minus 0. Sure, this is not necessary at all, but sure. It really bumps up the uptime, though. He might have a permanent... No. 25, I'm done. No changes at 18. Anyway. I'm still not happy with where he is. I'm happier with where he is, but I'm still not happy. I need a downside to Tempest double dying. The golden XP is not enough. I need real consequences. I need Zet to care. I need it to stop being just like this get out of jail free card to do whatever the fuck he wants on the map. I need the Ags to go away. I don't care how much you nerf Spark Wraith. I'm traumatized. I can't be objective. But also, pretty sure like literally everyone agrees that it's cancer. Alright. Give it to Axe. Chancer. You know what I'm mad about. Dota is dying. I'm not happy. Berserker's Call, duration decreased from 2, 2.4, 2.8, 3.2, 2, 1, oh, I said I wouldn't read them. 1.8, 2.2, 2.6, 3. It lost like 0.2 at all levels. Now, what I said earlier, this is actually kind of funny, about looking for the key number of over 3 to 3 or below, right? Doesn't apply here because Axe is almost never safe to TP when he calls. Oh, I mean, he isn't safe as soon as someone has like a basher or something, right? So it's not really the same. Call isn't the same. Counter Helix damage rescale from 60, 100, 140, 180 to 80, 110, 140, 170. So it's plus 20, plus 10, plus 0, minus 10. No longer uses a pseudo-random proc chance. Now triggers after a set number of attacks taken. Attacks to trigger 7, 6, 5, 4. So, before, the percent chances were 17, 18, 19, and 20%. %17 is roughly 1 in 7, I think. Right around there. $18 is right around 1 in 7 as well. It's like 1 in 7.5 or 1 in 6.5 or something like that. 19%. Well, 17 is almost 1/6. Okay. And then 20% is obviously not as good as 4. So this is, I would say, a pretty sizable Axe buff. Honestly, out of fucking nowhere. But I hate it. Let me explain why, for people who have not watched every other Passionless First Impressions. In Heroes of Newerth, the game that Chancer and I used to play, there is very little RNG. There are very little proc chances. Instead, the game moved over to a set number, like this. Vanguard does not have a proc chance. Instead, Helm of the Black Legion has a set number of charges that it will block in a certain amount of time, and so on. Every X amount of hits will be a crit, instead of being a 25% crit, or whatever, right? And, it's not the same. It's very much not the same. There's a million ways or more to game it, and it feels worse. Legitimately. I know that a lot of people hate random, like, in their games, and especially in the games that they consider to be skillful, but there is a skill in managing RNG, to a degree. Obviously, you don't want a hero to just be a slot machine. PA. But it doesn't need to be that way. Axe is a slippery slope. As I believe Axe was also the first hero to have this in Han. So you have been warned. This is one of the things that I have said I might quit Dota over. If we basically removed all RNG, pseudo or otherwise, and made them stack-based, trigger-based, right? I will probably quit the game. It was not good in Han. In some places it was good. And, you know, sometimes it did, I don't know, like, kind of make sense, right? It had some variety, but for the most part, like, there is a reason why I read it. I was very upset, and Chancellor typed, "Dota is dying." I did not teach Chancellor, Alpha, or Candy that the whole trigger-based thing is inferior. All of us came to that conclusion independently, I believe. And that's just because all of us played Han, and then we switched to Dota, and we're like, oh my god, this feels, except for a couple of cases, a lot better. Those couple of cases were previously non-pseudo-random, and so it led to several frustrating circumstances. I'm mostly talking about Faceless Void here, back when he had Backtrack. That was, like, the worst one. Other than that, it's been a pretty pleasant experience to move away from that. So it concerns me. It concerns me enough that I'll ask this. Chancellor, are there more? Okay. You would remember. I don't think there's more. You would remember. Aghanim Shard no longer increases proc chance, now reduces the cooldown of counter helix to 0 seconds. What's it at currently? Isn't it still at like 0.65 at 4?
Taste my blade, Arc Warden.
Oh wow, we really brought it down. That shard is significantly worse now. For those who are unaware, the shard used to give 10% proc chance. That's a lot! So the shard is still pretty good, because it still does the other shit that it does, but it's not as good. So, ignoring that, but you can't really ignore. I'm not really happy with the axe changes there. Blade Mail did good buff though. Shiva's is a little bit better on him too. But I'm gonna move on. BKB nerf. Kind of. Is a bad thing for Axe, because Axe he loves BKB being good, because it means that he, relatively speaking, it's weird. Okay. Bane, our second universal hero. Base damage decreased from blah to blah. Who cares? Damage on level 1 decreased by 11. Wow. Damage gain per level increased from 2.5 to 4.5. Alright, so Bane is no longer the absolute monster that he is in the laning phase. Bane's really good. I really like Bane. Bane has been a lot of fun for me recently. Enfeeble no longer reduces heal/regen. A shame. I thought it was very good, and I think that people were not respecting what it did in the lane. Now deals 12, 18, 24, 30 pure damage per second. Okay, never mind. First instance of damage happens on application. Attack damage reduction increased from 45, 50, 55, 60 to 55, 60, 65, 70. So that's plus 5 to all levels. No, plus 5, plus 10. No, plus 10, plus 10 to all levels. Holy shit. Mana cost increase. Okay, it's back to having a real mana cost again. 40, 50, 60, 70 to 120, 135, 150, 165. Wow, as much as Nightmare. What the fuck? So plus 80, plus 70, no, plus 85, plus 90, plus 95. Holy shit, dude. Duration rescale from 8, 9, 10, 11 to 9. Wow. Plus 1, plus 0, minus 1, minus 2. Any talents to do with Enfeeble? Both 15 talents are Enfeeble now? No. This one's the Nightmare one, I think. Brain Sap now pierces debuff immunity. Sure, and it should just do the full damage. He's a very pure damage guy, huh? Isn't Nightmare pure damage? Nightmare no longer deals damage, never mind. Duration decreased from 4, 5, 6, 7 to 3.5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6.5, so minus 0.5 to all levels. Mana cost decreased, ooh, from 165 to 120, 130, 140, 150. You probably still can't do what I want to do, which is take Nightmare at level 1 and shit. But it is probably easier to take and use Nightmare earlier on in the game now. Sucks it doesn't do the damage, but honestly the damage wasn't happening too much anyway. You can still attack during it, so it is still good for trading. It's a lot better for trading now than it was, like, you know, fucking a couple of days ago. He's probably still at least a little bit of a monster in the lane. By level 3, he's gained back all of the damage that he lost. So keep that in mind. And he profits insanely. By level 3. No, by level 4. By level 4. By level 4. Because this is damage on level 1. Fiend's grip duration decreased. It lost 0.25. 0.25, 0.25. Sure. Honestly, I wish that they had called this the Comprehensive Disables Reduction Act, right? Given it like a real name for this event that's happening, basically. No, because at 3, 4.5 times 3. Right? So then 3 level up, so then level 4. Right? 4.5, 9, 13.5. Which is more than 11. Oh, you're right. I can't evaluate it on 4. I need to evaluate it on 2. He's right. I'm dumb. So you would need 5 levels to be around, you know, about the same. And so at level 6, you would be about the same. At level 7, you're doing more, which is well past the laning phase. So, wah, wah. Still a little bit of a monster, though. Talents. Level 10 talent from Nightmare Damage Heals Bane, replaced with minus 2 seconds Brain Sap cooldown. Level 15 talent from minus 3 second Brain Sap cooldown, replaced with plus 13 enfeebled damage per second. I need to go look at his talents because I'm pretty sure the other talent was the enfeebled cast range shit. Yeah, I always take that. Okay, so you always take the enfeebled damage per second. And you can take whichever one you want at level 10. Both of them are quite good. I'm very partial to the enfeeble one because I think enfeeble is really good. Level 25 talent, Fiend's Grip duration decreased from plus 5 seconds to plus 3 seconds. Sure. It is an insane decrease. This is insanely worse. But Bane's also very good. His other talent is also pretty good. This probably makes it about even. I'm not a huge fan of the Bane changes, to be honest. I think he's probably like a bit less fun now. But we'll see. I mean, Nightmare having a cheaper mana cost is fun. It makes the hero way more interesting. But we'll see. It's kind of a wait and see change. How many hero changes are there? Is this scroll bar like indicative at all? So like, am I... No, I'm not even close, right? I'm still in B. Alright, we need to take a small thing here. And I need to ask, do I order like a pizza? Do I try again with sending Utsumi to the whack? I can order McDonald's. I didn't order McDonald's yesterday. I had Utsumi go pick it up. But then she couldn't. I'm still very partial to the whack Donalds. I'm leaning towards whack. I gotta think. Utsumi, do you have a preference? Also, is anyone willing to subsidize this? Purge gets to shill during his patch notes, and people gift like 1 million subs so that less people have to see the ads when he takes an ad break. I'm allowed to ask for food to be subsidized. Either pizza or whack Donald's. Utsumi, nani preference? Pizza with McDonald's. Also, for those curious, what the resolution for last night's fiasco is, I have to like, I'm gonna have to dispute it with like my bank once the charge goes through. Part of the reason why McDonald's is like very nice here is because it'll be like 10 or 20 cheaper. Unless I send Utsumi to go pick up the pizza, but that's farther away, and no. Alright, I'll be right back. When you see the camera move, I'll be back. I should not be that long. Potentially Bailey. There's a bit of a debate going on. I'm gonna talk with Utsumi about it. But I'll be here. Alright, gamers. Utsumi's stomach isn't feeling all that great. So, I think I'm leaning towards the Whack Donald's and me going to pick it up. Utsumi reads Passionate while you're gone? No, it would just have to be like a break here. How do people feel? Thank you for the $30, Jinsen. Subsidizing food for patch note reading. Now here's the question. Here is the big question. Because I think I am gonna go walk, right? Do I get 80 nugs or do I get 40? Well, I'm going there, so I'm getting it. Because I can just look in the bag and be like, I ordered 80. Thoughts, feelings? I think we'll just stick to 40. $60? No. 40 or 80. I don't want to buy the 20 piece because it's not as efficient, really. Alright. I will be back. I am going to change the screen. This. And I'll be back. I do not expect this to take me longer than like 20 minutes. So stretch, make food, do like literally anything, and I will try to, you know, do shit to bring people back. Alright. I have returned. I am eating. Thank you for paying for the food, Ajinsen, but I am going to eat for a little bit and then I will resume the patch. Are there any questions? Whew. That took way longer than I thought. I can't believe they added 2 items in the same patch that I have difficulty saying. Yeah. They're mouthfuls, man. I'm thinking we're shorting them down to Phil and Corn. Corn or Cope. What if Medusa was talking about a little... What if... It seemed like he was talking about Medusa with Little Snake Friend, and Medusa actually, like, summoned something now. That would be wild. I don't know, don't tell me, but... I'm pretty sure Jensen's already asleep. If Jensen isn't asleep, thank you, Jensen, for sponsoring this stream. Subsidizing the food for the pantry. Bane's got like a really good blink canceler now, huh? Because we didn't touch on people's cash rooms. Yeah, when Jensen said that he was in just chilling in bed when I left, I was like, "There's no way he's awake when I get back." But I think he might actually watch the VOD. So, hello, Pastor Jensen. Sorry I baited you by removing "Be Right Back." But I figured I might say some stuff related to the patch during this, just because I'm thinking, I'm eating, right? So that's why I took it off. Just in case people care about like these odd comments I might make. If you don't, then just skip ahead until you see some movement. Why don't you edit these parts out? I don't edit. Too much work for me. Also, I don't know. I feel like we've got a pretty good system. Not like the old days where I would just like full blown start to finish do it. Wouldn't eat, barely drink, and just try to like, muscle through. I was gonna try to do it for this one, but it's too long. Just too long. I'd say that there's a chance I finish today, but we might have to go to a part 3. But hey, at least we're in Heroes. Alright, almost done. Oh. Right. Yeah. I mean, combine that with, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. But also a Jinsen not asleep. I thought that there was basically a 0% chance that you would be awake when I got back. Does Enfeeble still have its insane cast rate? I don't want to move the screen. I'm doing it. Does Enfeeble still have its insane cast rate?
Max.
Bane of your
Does.
existence.
Heal / regen reduction 0%. Thanks. Alright, he's got... Bane's pretty good against blanks. Okay. So, just to do a quick little test. You can apply Enfeeble to a BKB to person, and it will do nothing to them, no damage or anything, until the BKB runs out. You can brain sap someone BKB'd, and they will be fully affected.
Prepare for battle.
You cannot Nightmare someone who is BKB'd. You can Fiend's Grip, and it will do damage.
Evil dreams.
So let's test everything I just said. Let's see if I can pass the test.
Most sad.
Alright.
Power flows to me.
Alright. I passed. Did not do damage.
Not ready. Vicious.
I thought that we said...
Don't let your middle tower fall. Why is this happening?
Here's his debuff immunity. Well, yes, but I'm pretty sure in one of their examples, they say that if you pierce magic resistance now, you'll do damage. You'll be unaffected by something, I don't know. Your BKB is active. Bane casts Fiend's Grip. Pure pierces immunity on you. You will be stunned and will take 100% of the pure damage. So 100% pure resistance. It's because Brain Sap does not pierce spell immunity. Wait, what? Pierces debuff immunity. No. Alright. Now pierces debuff immunity! Am I taking fucking crazy pills? I feel like I've been gaslit. Right? I feel like I should have passed the test. What's the point of it piercing? Because I shouldn't heal. Yeah, I don't heal because it doesn't do any damage. So, what's the fucking point? Is this just like they patched it again? Is it just a bug? Is it a typo? Anyway. I think that they just forgot. This seems in line with some of the other changes, so I feel like it is supposed to pierce. I'm just mad that I took the test and then they changed it. I will be right back. Alright. I'm almost ready. Intermission is almost over. Man, the in-house is... Satsuki is in for a real surprise. The in-house can continue without me. I don't know if it will, but... we'll have to see what, general reception of all this is. And I'll also make it clear, there's still a chance that I end up liking all of this. I don't think I will, but, I can be wrong. I've been wrong. By the way, something that does scare me, I've heard that if you queue with somebody at Immortal, Shintu was right. You can literally be drafted against your friend. So, no, BT. I mean, if he and I queue together, our captains can split us. Well, like, the captains can split us. That's what I've heard. I don't know. It's... Well, no, you probably just assumed, like me, that it made sense, and that you couldn't be drafted against your friend. But in case you didn't, Immortals, at the Immortal level, when they queue into a game, 2 people are assigned to be captains, and then they draft their players. They take turns picking their players. Only at Immortal. It's good and bad. It calls into question a lot of systems. How does avoiding players work? You know, at that point, are we like, I don't know, man. That seems a little... There's also, like, I kind of agree with Purge. The weird thing that it does that's, like, kind of good is that it's like this social pressure to behave. Like, I'm not gonna pick, you know, like, this person if I just hate them. Right? Somebody in Purge's chat said they should actually make it so that when you get into a game, 11 people are in the match, so that if you're really shitty and no team ever wants you, you just don't get to play Dota anymore. And honestly, like, think about how many Immortals would start acting like human beings. Like, how many people are drafting Quinn if they can just not draft Quinn, right? Sadly, how many people are drafting E if they could just not draft E? and so on. I think it would at least be interesting. Either way, I will be right back, and then we will resume. I have completed my eating, at least for now. Alright, I have returned. It's time to go. I'm gonna scroll screen to signal to the people who may be skipping ahead. We'll give them a little bit. Alright. Bat Rider. Also, once again, thank you, Ajinsen, for paying for food here. Oof. Bat Rider is our third universal hero. All of these changes, but we will once again summarize that his level 1 damage is unchanged, but he's gaining about 1 more damage per level. Could always put sponsor by a Jinsen. No, I won't. But I will manually add him to this, at least this one, for the description. Oh. Oof. Finally, I sneezed. I had to sneeze before I left. Base movement speed increased from 310 to 330. Holy shit. That is a lot of movement speed. Insane Bat Rider buffs. Let's see what he has to lose to keep it. Sticky Napalm, application damage decreased. Yeah, no shit. 1, 2, 3, 4 is how much he just lost. Damage per stack decreased from that to that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. That's fair. He is variably insanely strong right now. And by that I mean, sometimes he's really, really strong. And sometimes he just, like, loses the game. But the thing about when he's strong is he's really strong. He is quite strong. Doing this much at once is honestly probably too much. But let's finish reading it and then I'll kind of maybe talk about that at the end. Slow per stack decreased from 2468 to 1.53 to 4.56. So minus 0.5, minus 1, minus 1.5, minus 2. Pretty large. It's looking like Bat Rider's being put a little bit back in the box. Flame Break. Cooldown rescaled from 18, 17, 16, 15 to 22, 19, 16, 13. This might be a revert. I vaguely remember this number. +4, +2, +0, -2. -2. 13 seconds. Pretty good. Now slows affected enemies by 25%. Whoa. Duration rescaled from 2468 to 5. So that's +3, +1, -1, -3. Damage increased from that to that. It is generally larger. Yeah, I think they need to undo that. Mitsumi has confirmed the separate team thing at Immortal level. Straight up, if Chancer and I are not drafted together, if we have to play like 3 games where we're not on the same team, I think I'm just done playing ranked once I hit Immortal, I guess. I don't want to do that. We should just be treated as like a package, in my opinion. If you pick Chancer, you have to pick me. And then, you just like forfeit 2 rounds in a row of picking. Or, which most likely would work, is that there would have to be 2 parties, right? Such that, you only really got to pick which party you get. I don't know, man. And this leaves like a bad taste in my mouth. It's like further discouraging for me to play with my friends. Duration rescale. Okay, yeah. So Flame Break is like insanely stronger, but it's weaker at the start, right? It's weaker at the start by like a considerable amount, except for on the duration. I don't know. This is like kind of insane, but I understand why because I read a little bit further ahead, right? So Firefly no longer provides bonus vision. Kind of a big blow. No longer provides bonus movement speed. That's why he got this movement speed, and also why this is slowing for so long. Damage per second increased from that to that. It's +5, +15, +25, +40. Holy shit. This feels a lot more like older Batrider. Yeah. Lasso. Total damage increased from 70, 165, 225 to 100, 200, 300. Wow. Plus 30, plus 25. No, plus 35. Plus 75. Damage now takes every 0.5 seconds. That's a huge deal because it means more sticky napalm interactions. Cast range increased from 175 to 200. Duration decreased by 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. Cooldown decrease. Oh shit. Dude, Bat's back on the menu. Batrider is really good. Remember when I said we were putting him back in the box? Just kidding. He's still here. He's just like a little bit closer to kind of what he used to be, I think. He is an absolute menace, but he had to get some of these changes, because remember, Octarian is not in Aetherlens anymore. And so that was where like a lot of his power was kind of coming from right now. So, now that he has to buy like 2 separate items, that puts a lot more pressure on him. But because of the way like the map is set up now, with like the way gates and like the outposts, he might not be as reliant on Boots of Travels either. So there's like a lot going on around Bat. It's pretty neat. But also, he's not int. And that opens up like a lot of items. But it really hurts his Witchblade, because he just lost 0.9 int game. A lot of interesting shit to think about for Batrider, but I would probably label him right now as a problem. I would be very worried about Batrider. He does a lot of damage, and these numbers are quite small. Beastmaster. Beastmaster! Our 4th universal hero. Base damage decreased from blah blah blah. I'm not reading all that shit. Sorry that happened to you or whatever. Damage on level 1 decreased by 8. Gain per level slightly increased. So this is the really probably like the first hero that suffers greatly, right? It takes like 20 levels to get all this damage back. Yeah, like 20 levels. Alright, before I start thinking about it too much. Wild Axes. Mana cost decreased from 65 to 50. This, I think, is probably to make up for the fact that Dominator has been changed the way that it has, so that this man can still, like, lane. Remember, he can't just, like, go to lane with, like, a crown and shit, and he can't just, like, buy the Sobi mask, I think, the way that he was. Called the Wild Hawk, Dive Bomb Shard, root duration decreased. Yeah, that's fair, it's super good. Primal Roar, stun duration decreased by 0.25 at all levels. Woo. Mana cost decreased down to like a reasonable number for him. I don't know why it needs to be that reasonable though. Like, you know what? That's actually pretty rough. Jesus. Drums of Slum. Now a passive ability. Attacks from Beastmaster or a nearby unit he controls cause him to bang his drum, dealing damage to nearby units and healing himself and units under his control for a portion of the damage dealt. Every attack decreases the interval between drum hits from a maximum of 3 seconds down to a minimum of 0.4 between hits after 20 attacks. If no attacks are made, the intervals gradually increase every 1 second. Using Primal Roar automatically adds 10, 15, 20 drum stacks based on the level of Primal Roar. Drum hit damage 90, heal from heroes 25%, heal from creeps 5%. That is a lot to digest. It's definitely easier to use than the old one. The old one also cost like 100 mana or some shit. I'm thinking. This is neat, but it's not there. But I think we're getting closer to the semblance of something, right? It's not there. I think it's actually pretty okay. And I think if you're far enough ahead, it's like broken.
Meet your master. Beastmaster. Greater mastery on the track.
Prepare for battle.
I run. Agreed. This way. A short migration. I move. To battle.
First blood.
My power matures.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Holy shit, dude.
Ultra kill.
Alright, it's really good, I think, actually.
Unstoppable. Rampage.
Like, I didn't even summon, like, a second boar. I didn't roar until, like, really late. But is it 4,200 gold? Yeah, I think it is. Very consistent now.
Fight or flight. I see.
A position of power.
It's like having, like, a better epicenter.
Triple kill.
Nature's the beast.
Ultra kill.
I made my
Yeah, it's really good. This hero's quite scary.
my beast and I hunt.
Resistance.
How does he farm it? That's huge. He can honestly probably, like, try to abuse his shit to farm remotely. Doesn't really need XP for it. Maybe some V&M. That also gives you more of a reason to level up Primal Roar. Primal Roar. There's that as well. I don't know, it's at least neat. Beastmaster is not an offensive. I don't know, this is fun. Still hate Universal Heroes. Bloodseeker. Not our 5th Universal Hero. Blood Rage. Max health damage per second decreased from 2% to 1.8%. Pure damage from the shard is now dealt as a separate instance of damage. Okay, so that means that if you Blood Rage yourself and they BKB, you're not basically removing your damage potential. You're just losing out the bonus damage, right? Rough Shirt. Cooldown rescaled from 70 seconds to 75, 70, 65 seconds. So +5, +0, -5. Move damage increased from 33, 44, 55% to 35, 45, 55%. So that's +2, +1, +0. Woo! Blood Mist now passively turns all of your overheal from your own abilities into a damage barrier, into a damage shield up to 50% of Bloodseeker's max health in addition to its active effect. The shield decays by 0.5% of max health per second. Damage no longer counts as HP loss. It burns it burns shield if it's available, and can be decreased by sources that reduce damage. That's a way better version of the Ags. Yeah. That, like, functions. Unlike what it currently is, which is, like, pretty bad. I don't know if it's, like, amazing, right? But it is nice that they also clarify it's only overheal from your own abilities. So I would say that these are probably good changes. Just that, they're probably pretty good. I don't really think that they move too much for Bloodseeker being, like, way better or way worse. I think he's honestly about the same, except now his Ags functions, right? You could even just ignore the Blood Mist part and just take this shield part. And I think that that's, like, viable for the Ags, because it's basically like buying more max health. But more, right? Bloodseeker, he's a hero. Alright, now let's get down to the fucking business, alright? Bounty Hunter, Gondar. Shuriken Toss no longer mini-suns. Now it applies a 100% movement speed slow for 0.35 seconds. Janata, no longer disabled by silences, instead it's disabled by break. I hate to tell you this. This is not how this worked. Let me explain how Janata worked. If you were silenced, you could not cast Janata. But what you could do was you could toggle the auto cast and it would work. If you were broken, you could not Janata. That's how it used to work. So now, here is what I am interpreting it as. Even if you're silenced, you can cast Janata manually. And also toggle the auto cast. Now, if you're broken, you cannot use Janata. That's still just the same. That is what I assume this means. I am glad that I know more about how this hero works than them. Windwalk. Attack no longer slows the target. Boo! Attack now stuns the target for 1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6 seconds. What? Wow. The Shard no longer grants charges. Now lowers Windwalk's cooldown by 5 seconds. It already did that. So this is like just a nerf. Which is probably fair, given that Windwalk now just stuns. Holy shit. Level 10 talent from Windwalk attack speed and move speed slow, replaced with 0.65 Shuriken toss slow. Yeah, take that one. Because then it's a 100% slow for 1 second. That's pretty good on a spell that you can spam and also can hit multiple targets. Level 15 talent from 2 second silence on hit with Windwalk, replaced with minus 25% damage taken in Windwalk. Yes, take that one. It's really good. Hey, guess what? They still have not made me hate Bounty Hunter. The hero is still probably fun. Bounty Hunter has a stun again. He is very scary. Bounty Hunter has once again obtained his ability to become a lot harder to kill. Ags is still pretty good. So, Bounty Hunter winning. I think basically all builds that we were doing before are very much still viable. Mind you, support Bounty Hunter can buy a shard, take this talent, and he can give his teammates 25% damage resistance. So, that's pretty good. Brewmaster, our 5th universal hero. Base div, who cares? Level 1 decreased by 4, but damage gain per level increased by, like 0.6, almost 0.7. Sure. It takes him a long time to get that damage back. So it's a damage reduction. Drunken Brawler. Void Stance is now part of the basic ability. Void Stance status resistance decreased from 20% to 5, 10, 15, 20. Void Stance slow on attack decreased from 25% to 10, 15, 20, 25. So it still ends up at the same place, it's just that now it scales. Sure. Primal Split. Earth Ruling Spell immunity replaced with debuff immunity with 50% magic resistance, so you can actually stun the fucking... No, you still cannot stun it. It's still a piece of shit. But you can do damage to him with magic, at least. Earth ruling damage decreased from 30, 60, 90 to 20, 50, 80. Boulder stun has been reduced to 1.6 seconds. Storm ruling damage decreased to 20, 40, 60. Looks like he's just getting an overall damage reduction. Storm ruling, Cyclone hero duration decreased from 6 to 5. Non-heroes from 20 to 16. Okay. Fire ruling damage rescale from 80, 120, 160 to 70, 120, 170. So minus 10, plus 0, and then plus 10. Void Bruling is now part of the basic ability. Fuck you. Update the icon then, bitch. But also please just don't. Like, literally, I think it's fine. I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like Void Spirit, and I don't like that we ruined shit. Aghanim's Shard now extends Primal Split duration by 12 seconds and grants Brulings the Primal Split cancel ability. Okay. Void Bruling Astral Pulse ability replaced with Astral Pull. Can target allies and enemies. Pulls the target and the Void Bruling in the target direction. Enemies receive some damage upon arrival. Distance is pretty far. Cast range is not very far at all. And then the level 10 plus 15 damage time was replaced with 10 Brulings damage. It seems like we're trying to push Brew towards being more Primal Split focused. It would really help if we reduced, like, more of their damage, because at the moment it doesn't feel like you have to be very good. As with the ult, as long as you're, like, literally capable of right-clicking some of them on heroes. And now that you always have a fourth spirit in Split, it's like a lot more capability. And we didn't really reduce every Bruling's capability enough to kind of keep up with it. So I would consider Brew to be significantly buffed here. Which is scary, because I already think he was pretty good. But you know what? We'll see. I don't really like it too much. I think that he's significantly stronger, especially since he can do this other stance, like, from the get-go. We'll see. Bristleback. Bristleback now provides Warpath stacks with each Quill Spray released. Taking excess damage over the Quill Spray threshold is maintained, and multiple Quill Sprays can trigger from a single source of damage. Okay, 1, this is just intuitive. 2, yes. Most people don't realize this. Most of Bristleback's damage comes from Warpath, not from Quill Spray. Quill Spray gives you Warpath, which gives you damage. Most of his damage is from attacking people. So this is like a huge buff. Bristleback is super on the menu, especially since, like, Vanguard, Blade Mail, Crimson Guard all just got buffed. But the biggest problem he's gonna have is that motherfucking magic damage is, like, out of control. But also stuns are just getting nerfed across the board, so I would say Bristleback is scary. Hairball mana cost for decrease from 100 to 75. Okay, other people don't buy this thing. It's actually, like, pretty good. You should buy it. Brood Mama. Mother comes. Now a universal hero, our 6th universal hero. All those numbers and shit, who gives a shit? Damage at level 1 decreased by 5, but damage on level up increased by 0.8, well, 0.08. So it takes Brood, like, basically all of the levels to get that back. Brood just has a damage reduction of, like, 3. No, of, like, 2? Insatiable Hunger. Base attack damage bonus rescale from 35, 45, 55, 65, flat damage to 30, 40, 50, 60 base damage. Well, 50% base damage. Aghanim Shard, base attack damage bonus increase per second, rescaled from... Wait, what? 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 Do I not know what your shard is right now?
The hunt starts now.
Oh. Wow, that's really good. That's definitely worth the money. Spin Web, health regen decrease from 57911 to 25811. So it ends up at the same spot, but it really starts a lot lower. Also, I forgot to comment on this. This makes Brood a lot less of a menace in lane. This right here, right? Brood starts at like 43 to 49 damage. 30% of that, of like 45, is like, you know, 12 damage as compared to 35. So it's a huge nerf. Huge nerfs for Brood. Spawn Spiderling's damage decreased from 260, 340, 420 to 220, 320, 420. So it's like minus 40, minus 20, minus 0. This is... Brood has been kind of shoved back into the fucking closet. Into the box, right? It's time for Brood to hibernate until they make her overpowered again. I would say Brood is dead right now. Level 13 talent from Spin Web restore time decreased from minus 10 seconds to minus 7 seconds, so you lose 3 seconds there. Level 20 talent from plus 25 agility replaces plus 35 attack speed. Yeah, I would say Brood is suffering. But wow, man, I can't believe he just dumpstered her like this. Centaur War Chief. Hoof Stomp, or War Stomp. Stun duration decreased. It's part of the standard, the Disables Reduction Act. It lost a bit, but not too much. Double Edge Cast Point improved from 0.3 to 0.25 seconds. Holy shit. Double Edge nerf buffs. I think Centaur is still quite good. Return. Strength return damage rescaled from that to that. So minus 4, minus 2, plus 0, plus 2. Wow, it's like literally nothing. That is so little. Don't even pay attention to this. And then level 25 talent, they reduced the stun a little bit, but it's still pretty good. Just not 4 seconds good. Chaos Knight. Chaos Bolt. Minimum stun duration to... Okay, it's the stun reduction. Chaos Strike. Lifesteal increased? I cannot fathom that we just increased his lifesteal? Lifesteal from creeps is now reduced by 50%! Oh, I should have read the next line, and I wouldn't have freaked out so much. Okay, this is good. This is good, then. I mean, this didn't... Literally, you could have just kept this and added this. Okay, Chaos Knight's closer to being balanced. It's not that Chaos Knight is, like, overpowered. It's just, like... It's just that... It's really hard to, like, fail sometimes. It's really, like... out of your hands whether or not you fail. It's hard to really explain, but he's super consistent, and that's like hilarious for a hero that's supposed to be random. Talents. Level 10 talent Chaos Strike lifesteal increase from 22% to 25%. Yeah, sure. Level 20 talent the stun reduction act. Chaos Strike, these changes are good. Not for him, but they're good changes. Like, for the health of the game. Oh, fuck. Chen is now a universal hero. Our 7th universal hero, I believe? Base damage decreased from 27 to 37. Who cares? He gained 3 minimum damage, 0 maximum damage. So that's a pretty good gain. And also he gains about 1 more damage per level. That's like pretty nice. What the fuck? Holy Persuasion gives him the money when he dominates them? And then the Shard also does that other stuff that we talked about before, where their abilities get another level. And then his talent got a little bit better. The slow got a little bit better. Not too much for Chen, but like creeps are stronger, so it's hard to truly evaluate. You're just gonna have to play it by ear. Some of the creeps abilities did stand out, you know, like that Mana Burn one. Definitely kind of stood out. So at least that's neat, but I'm not going to spend too long on Chen. Chancellor and I have seen Chen like literally once this year, I think. Listen! Nameless! It's long! Oh. How many reworks are there? 1... One? 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 Did we only label one of them? I think we only labeled one. That's really annoying. Because there have to be more. Because Ogre got reworked, I already know that. But who were all the heroes that they noted here? Clanks. Okay, we already did Zed. That is I don't actually know if it's a rework really. Ogre. Medusa Alchemist? What did Alchemist look like? Okay, and Medusa. Alright, Clinks. Base damage increased by 4. Base strength increased by 1. No longer has searing arrows. Strafe is a new ability. Clinks and his burning skeleton archers and a 1200 AoE gain 1200 AoE. The area is measured to 1200. Gain bonus attack speed and attack range. Attack speed bonuses. Blah blah blah. And half of that for the skeletals. The attack range bonus is 200 for Bolfa. It only lasts like 3 seconds. Cooldown is longish and then becomes shorter. Mana cost is fair. Casting Strafe does not break skeleton walk invisibility. Tar Bomb! Unit targeted. Clink throws a projectile that deals 40, 60, 80, 100 magic damage on impact. Commanding Clinks and all burning skeleton archers in range to attack the target. The 275 radius area around the target is also covered in tar for 5 seconds. Any enemy that walks across the target slowed by amount and receives additional physical damage from all attacks by Clinks or his skeletals. Effect persists for 20 minutes. Affects buildings! Death Pact is now a basic ability. Oh, fuck, dude. Disable this hero in captain's mode, please. Four, five, six. And 2, 3, 4 skeletals, and the shard is now barrage. Okay, this is a lot. And it's really hard to comment on, but I think that at least, at the very least, Clinks is like a unique hero again. I can't really say that he's like another hero. No, I can. He's kinda like Beastmaster. Like a little bit, with like this, with how some of these are interacting with each other, right? Searing arrows damage equates to 20 tar bomb bonus damage. +1 death pack charge. Attack range talent. Brace for burning barrage with the attack speed and strafe. -7 seconds strafe cooldown. Holy shit. Well, Clinks is at the very least interesting right here. I'm not so sure how I feel about Death Pact being a basic ability. Especially not so sure how I feel about it being available so early. Or it having charges. Doesn't look like he gains damage from it at all anymore, just the health part. So at max, how many skeletals can my man have? One, two, wait, no. Only one of, okay, so 1, 5. You can have a total of 5 skeletons out max. No, because doesn't his eggs still give a skeleton?
Follow me into the light. My arrow shall find its target.
Okay, so you can have a total of 10 skeletons. That is a lot of skeletons.
Flesh is but a garment. Yes!
Prepare for battle.
Light my way. Yes!
As I wish.
I alight to battle. Right as you will. Straight as an arrow. I'm under attack. Better to run than curse the road.
First blood.
Gladiators must.
First blood. I'm on. I swear it. I'm not ready. Where to? Indeed.
And that was the night the skeletons came to life. It came from under the ground and from all over.
Bury me in the ground.
Clink. I come.
I think that this is probably at least okay. I don't think this will be as broken as what we'd had before this. And you know what? I think I'm open to this idea. I'm willing to at least give this a shot. The previous Clinks was just abysmal. Death Pact is good, but like, Burning Barrage could suck my fucking dick. But sure. I do think that the Ags is quite good. Obviously, I think you should probably buy the Shard, because it's Burning Barrage, and Burning Barrage is very good. But past that, there's a lot to figure out here. Like, how much mana you're actually gonna need again? He seems pretty mana hungry, so it seems like a Falcon Blade or like some sort of other mana is probably gonna go a long way. With Death Pact, you can probably just do the old Soul Ring nonsense. But we'll see. I'm not gonna comment on this fucking absolute wall of this essay. Sorry that happened to you, or I'm happy, or whatever. Clockwork now is a universal hero, our 7th universal hero, I believe. A lot of numbers. Base damage, level 1 damage decreased by 4. Damage gain per level increased by 0.04. Wow, you shouldn't have Ice Frog. Okay, he lost some strength. He lost some agility. He lost a lot of stats, actually. Most universal heroes are losing a lot of stats. Applies a magic barrier to all allied units and power cogs when cast. Magic barrier 50, 100, 150, 200. Knockback duration decreased. Knockback effect now interrupts most force movement abilities. Exceptions are Bat Riders, Flaming Lassos, Centaur Warchiefs, Hitch a Ride. No changes to Hitch a Ride. And Tusk Walrus Kick. You got to keep it! No way. Wow. Woo. But sure. But like, it already worked this way to a large degree. Like, if you force that out, you still like get cogs, right? I'm not really sure exactly what this line means. I think that this is good because it makes it better to cogs yourself, right? Clockwork has been given like a stay of execution where you know, he's allowed to not have to buy a force tap in games where like he's like, oh fuck, I want to put people in cogs, but I don't want to be trapped in there with them, right? Or like, oh fuck, they picked a Skywrath mage, so like when I cogs, I take like 1,000,000 damage. You know, it's like a little bit of health, but like these numbers aren't insanely large, right? So it's not going to be like huge. I think it's more about reducing like the damage that you end up taking because you cogs. And for allies, you know, it's even a bonus because like sometimes you accidentally cogs an ally and you cause them to take some shit. But it does mean that
nightmares follow me into the light.
oh, he's the eighth.
I've a mind like a steel trap, and the physique to go with it.
Prepare for battle.
I run like a clock.
By my wings.
It's not time yet. Gear up.
I'll bide my time.
Yes.
When you land,
That's pretty good.
it is right. Indeed.
That's pretty good. He cocked that crooked hammer back and he brought that hammer down. Rocket Player now also slows movement speed of hit enemies by 100% for 0.4 seconds. Fuck you. I don't like this. Hook shot stun duration decreased from, you know, the stun reduction act. 20 talent from Cog Leash's units, so some more rocket flare damage. Spell immunity in Cogs to debuff immunity with 50% magic resistance. Okay, sure. I mean, you have to take it because it's just like better than the other talent, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, the other one's also pretty good. Exactly. Really not too many changes to Clockwork. Him becoming universal, it does maybe open up like a couple of items, but honestly, I don't buy items on Clockwork, so I don't care. I buy like boots, wand, and I'm good. Rest is just optional. But sure. Crystal Maiden. Base damage increased by 2. I don't know why. Frostbite damage tick interval decreased from 0.25 to 0.2. I don't know why. Blizzard cooldown decreased from 100 to 195, 90, minus 0, minus 5, minus 10. I don't know why. Level 20 talent for attack speed increased from plus 200 to plus 225. It gets even better. I don't know why we're buffing Crystal Maiden so much, but she's even better. I think Crystal Maiden's good. She just got better. Pretty like insane change for her lane. Maybe it has to do with like the regen changes. She's gonna kind of struggle now that like there's a limited amount of regen. I think. Dorkseer is our 9th universal hero. Lost 4 damage at level 1. They gain about 1.5 more damage per level. So they get it back pretty fast. They get it back at like level 4 or 5. Base health regen from 0.25 to 1 should make laning significantly easier. But also, again, regen took like a big hit, right? Can't just like spam regen anymore. So I actually have to find like a longer term solution. I recommend buying a copium. Normal punch stun duration has been reduced. Yeah, that was fair. Ion shell tick interval increased from 0.15 to 0.2. So you'll take less instances of damage, but also it should end up doing like the same amount of damage. It'll take a little bit slower. A little bit slower. Darkseer definitely benefits from being a universal hero because, like, for the most part, did not buy any int items. Clockwork, like, didn't really buy any strength items before. Chen didn't really buy any int items. Broodmother definitely suffers because they definitely bought some fucking agility items. Is Darkseer gonna buy different items because he's universal? I don't really think so. Willow is now is our 10th universal hero. They have lost about 4 damage. They gained basically no damage per level. So that's rough. Oh, also let me. Okay, he didn't really lose any stats. You lost a lot of int. Shadow Realm, max damage increased. Allied units can now target Willow and Shadow Realm. Increased by like 30, 20, 10, 0. Sure. Stun duration decreased because of the Stun Duration Act. Stun Duration Act. Wow, that's like a huge damage increase. So lost like her ult piercing spell immunity, and now it's just that her ult can target 2 more targets, which is pretty good. Not super common, I don't think, but Still pretty good.
Bring nightmares.
What's it against
I
again?
can take care of myself.
I'll take the 100 attack speed. There you go.
Some assembly
It's not
required.
wise to stand in my way.
Alright. Willow. Probably benefits from not being int anymore. This opens up like a lot more room for Willow to go like the carry build, I think. But it does kind of look like she's gonna suffer from not being int anymore because that's a pretty big int loss. I mean, this is just kind of nice. Definitely matters that you can target her during this shit. Because, you know, it's like Shallow Grave and like, Glimmer Cape and shit. Dawnbreaker. Thighs breaking my head. Smash stun duration decrease because the stun duration act. The shard is, you know, like actually BKB, so debuff immunity with 50% magic resistance. Solar Guardian stun duration decrease, level 10. The slow talent is better. 25. The cast range for the hammer is talent changed to be a percentage, and it also increases the speed. And we've replaced the 2 Starbreaker charges with just reducing the cooldown, which is very much like an improvement. That is definitely worse than the 2 charges. She can still do it super often, but I don't think it's anywhere near as broken as the 2 charges are. So this one's like a bit more of a choice. But it's probably still Starbreaker cooldown. I mean, this is still like really, really, really good. Dawnbreaker continues to be a fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, bitch. Alright. Dazzle is now a universal hero. Loses a little strength, loses a little agility, loses a fuck ton of int. What the hell? Level 1 damage unchanged, but lost damage per level? This motherfucker's the first one who's lost damage per level? Fuck you. Good Juju ability removed. Sure. You'll explain to me why. I kind of remember what from yesterday, but I didn't look too hard. Poison Touch. The shard has been nerfed because of the stun act, yes. Shadow Wave is now the eggs. Like again. I was casting Shadow Wave on enemies to release an inverse Shadow Wave. Some of us might even call it a healing wave. The inverse wave bounces amongst enemies, dealing damage to them and healing any nearby allies for 150% of healing and damage by use of Shadow Wave. Daz also performs an auto attack on every enemy hit by the inverse wave. It's the same ability. They share a cooldown.
The enemy pales when they see the face of Dazzle.
Have you really stayed for an hour to try to Ligma me?
Prepare for battle.
I'm with you. Who needs healing?
You'll have no cause to question me.
Wait for me.
No, you typed the same thing like an hour ago, my dude.
Healing here. Do the wave. I'm not ready.
Dash them to the ground.
I thought you haven't seen it? No, it's just that your question doesn't make any sense, so it has to be illegal.
I go where I need.
I don't know what it is,
Shadow wave.
but I can just tell it's a Ligma because you're clearly baiting me. Yeah.
Shadows keep you. Zap. Dazzle.
Alright, I think that eggs is pretty good. My biggest problem with it is that,
From shadow
and
to
this is going to be controversial, it really should be like a different ability or something. I don't care if they still share the same icon, but like, man, I really don't like that it just invites a lot more misclick potential. It is also a bit pricey for what it is, but it is still, it's quite good. Bad Juju reworked. Whenever a unit is affected by Dazzle spell, they temporarily gain/lose 1/2/3 armor for 8, 10, 12 seconds. Can be activated to decrease the remaining cooldown of all their abilities by 4, 5, 6 seconds, and items by 3, 4, 5 seconds. Casting Bad Juju costs 75, 100, 125 health. Each cast increase the health cost by 50% for 30, 25, 20 seconds. Bad Juju cannot kill Dazzle, but still can be cast without the sufficient HP. Dazzle gains the armor for casting it. Really.
I cast a long. The enemy pales when they see the face of Dazzle. I'm not ready. I'm not
Prepare
ready.
for battle.
Ask and you'll receive. Not yet. It's not time yet. Rite of passage. Dark light. Not so fast. A spiritual journey. Dazzle. From shadow to shadow. Zap. I'm not ready. On my way. I'm not ready. It's not time yet. Shadows come. It's not time yet. Zap. Mm-hmm. Shadow it bravely, Misty. Do the wave. Of course. Not yet.
Ah, but here's the problem.
Yet. It's not time yet.
They've killed it.
Not yet. I'm not ready. Not yet.
That's rough.
My shadow shall
I've
darken
only
all
met one problem
creation.
this hammer couldn't fix.
Oh man, that is rough. I do not like that. The rest of it's like pretty fun. Maybe, right? But I don't know. I don't think this is it. I honestly think that the previous iteration was better. Maybe like a mix of both is the way to go, but I'm not in love with this. Also, level 10 talent changed from plus 60 damage to plus 30 attack speed. Cringe, dude. Pretty good for Poison Touch. A severe downgrade in the number. Also, not super great for Shadow Wave Eggs. So, we'll see. Dazzle Carry is like definitely more on the menu, but I don't care about that. I have to rethink how I'm using or even buying like support items on him, because now Force Staff is like the greatest item ever for him. You have to think more about these offensive, or these items where like the cooldowns are pretty like tightly balanced. Like you can like permanently glimmer people, theoretically.
Shadow to shadow. Dazzle. Shadows come.
Prepare for battle.
And I don't know if they've matched that one out.
Travel on. Dark light. Yes, dazzle. Confirmed.
Chancer,
Prepare when my shadow
Fear the
falls
break of
upon
dawn.
the foe.
I don't think I like the new bad juju. I don't think I like this. This is kind of cool. The eggs, but like, Also, how the fuck out of everybody is Dazzle the only universal hero so far to have lost damage per level? Per level! Damage per level! This shit's... I don't know. I don't like this. He should be int, dude. He should be intelligence. How the fuck am I supposed to play this hero with 2.5 int game? We've definitely created a lot of problems. My brothers in Christ, I am 100% willing to sacrifice my health for another Force Staff. That's a no-brainer.
The enemy preys when they see the face of Dazzle. Confirmed.
Prepare for battle.
Not time yet. A spiritual journey.
Yeah, but sadly, he outsmarted us. The frog got us, Chancer. Also, just to be sure. Okay, cannot be purged.
Ask and you'll receive.
Oh man! He got us.
Yes.
But, I mean...
Shadows keep you. Not yet. Shadows come. On my way. I'm not ready. Wait for me. Not yet.
Dazzle sitting in well to refresh his BKB.
It's not time yet. I'm not ready. Not yet. I'm not ready. It's not time yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. It's not time yet.
Can you explain why I'm taking more damage than what it says? It's always off by 1. Also, you weren't here for it, but they just... They fucked up Bane. I quizzed myself earlier on new BKB, right? And I was like, okay. So if you would feeble someone, right, that's BKB'd.
I come with evil dreams.
Alright, Chancer, let's have you take the test.
Prepare for
Right?
battle.
If Bane uses their abilities on someone who's BKB'd, how do each of them work? Answer. Alright, so Chancer is saying that Enfeeble will just not work. I mean, you can place it and it won't do damage. Brain Sap will work because it pierces debuff immunity. Nightmare just won't work. Fiend's Grip will fully work.
Yes.
Enfeeble does not work. Nightmare just does not work. Although it is really funny to think about the fact that if I just wait a bit longer and then Nightmare you,
Forth and willingly.
that's pretty funny. Not. Uh-oh! Looks like you failed the test, Chancer. You fucking idiot. Pierces for debuff, why did you... you fucking idiot. And so you might be like, oh, maybe it's that you heal, right? No. No. To be fair, I am actually going to restart the game really quick, because they may have fixed it. Oh, we're at D, man. D. Okay, so do you think I'm gonna finish tonight? How many reworks are there? I honestly didn't even spend that much time on Clinks.
Nightmares, follow me into the light.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think it's about to start picking up speed. I don't see too much. Oh man, I saw a letter of spirit changes. Right, there's no like walls of text that really require me to. You think it'll take me like 3 more hours? Well, I can be up that late. It's a weekend, brother. He's right, he's right. Alright. I'm not a big fan of New Dazzle. Death Prophet. The Shard Fear has been reduced because of the stun duration deck. Move speed slow on the talent has been increased, and the replenish time talent was made even better. I don't know, I thought Death Prophet was in like a good spot. Probably just like a couple of nudges. Because, I don't know, probably some of her items were nerfed, but I don't remember. Not a big deal. Nothing. Disruptor. Shard reworked. When cast on the ground, Thunderstrike now lies dormant, not striking for up to 5 seconds. If an enemy comes within range during that time, Thunderstrike attaches to it. If no enemy comes within range, it strikes the ground. Shard also increased the number of strikes by 2 and the cast range by 1,600! What the fuck? He's trying to kill me! From really far away! The minimum damage for Glimpse is reduced by 25. I actually don't know if this is better or worse than the previous Shard. The previous Shard was like pretty fucking good. This is also pretty fucking good just because of the stats here at the end. This is like cool and all, but it's kind of memey. But the last parts look really, I mean, 1,600 cast range. Holy bursh. Max damage decreased from 150, 200, 250, 300 to 125, 175, 225, 275. So minus 25 to all levels. Woo. I mean, it's still like really good. Glimpse is still just like amazing. Kinetic Field. Cooldown increased by 1 to all levels. Okay. Makes it a bit harder for me to make it so that people literally can't leave a spot. Talents. The damage talent was replaced with a radius talent. The 15 talent has been reduced by 0.5 seconds, taking away 2 pulses of Static Storm. And the level 20 talent adds to the slow duration. Holy shit. Dude, look at how many int heroes got moved. Six int heroes have been moved, such that Disruptor is now the fourth int hero alphabetically. That's wild. He only did this shit so that there was an even distribution of heroes. That's so fucking gross. How much is that, though?
I'm well practiced in my craft.
What's the other 25? Or what's the other 20? Oh man, I don't know. That's a tough choice. I personally would probably still take the kinetic field. But sure. I mean, Disruptor's old, Shard was really good. This one's still pretty good just because of this. Glimpse needed to be nerfed because it's just like way too fucking good. Kinetic field honestly caught a stray. But Disruptor's really good. Don't let other people convince you that he's bad. Doom! Infernal Blade, Stun Reduction Act, Stun Reduction Act, Stun Reduction Act. He really got hit kind of hard here with the stun reduction shit. His Ag's got like a little bit of a radius nerf, sure. It was like, I think it is like still a little bit too big, but also I kind of like it, so shut up. And his Scorched Earth damage talent got 5 less damage, sure. Thanks for showing up in the patch, Doom. Goodbye. There's really not much to say about this. I don't really think this really changes much. Dragonite, strength gain increased from 3.4 to 3.6. Kinda matters, a little bit more damage and shit. Breathe Fire. Well, an Elder Dragon form applies Corrosive Breath or Frost Breath effect corresponding to the current form. So if you're, you know, level 6 and you use it, then they'll get the dot on them. If you're level 18 and you're the Frost Dragon, then you also get a slow when you cast Breathe Fire. Pretty nice. It is a way to apply it through evasion and shit. So that's not nothing. Stun Reduction Act got hit like pretty fucking hard, actually. It's less 0.6 seconds. Stun Reduction Act, and he also lost some attack range on that 20 talent. Yeah, I would say this matters for sure. This definitely fucking matters. Dragon Tail is like a lot worse now. And this kind of matters, but I mean, you can still get to an absurdly high number. Just not, you know, stun TP high. Drow Ranger! Frost Arrow's Hypothermia effect is now granted by Aghanim Scepter instead of the Shard. Hypothermia bonus damage per stack increased from 5 to 15. Max stacks increased from 7 to 9, and regen reduction per stack increased from 8 to 10. Oh good! Drow can now decrease my regen by 90%, but they do have to buy an Ags. It doesn't say that she doesn't get the split shot.
Silently.
Okay, no more split shot. No more split shot. Just like the shard has been moved to the eggs and it's been upgraded by a lot. Honestly, I'm not a fan of this. I honestly liked the split shot thing. I think it definitely had a place in the game. I think that it was kind of cool for Drow. This is like way less cool. It fits with the whole ice being a counter to regen shit, but completely and utterly unnecessary. It's still super good as an axe, but and it's also really nice that it's not a shard anymore because it really delays buying it. So honestly, this is a net positive because it means we'll see less of this fucking effect, which is good because this shit is bullshit. Glacier, new ability granted by Shard. Drow Ranger creates a hill of ice beneath her, pushing enemies away from it. Any unit that stands on the hill gains 175 bonus attack range and high ground advantage. They cannot miss. They cannot miss! And gain flying vision. The front of the hill obscures vision and cannot be moved through. The front of the hill? Duration 8 seconds, mana cost 75, that's it.
Beware the bite of frost. Silent as mist.
Prepare for
That was
battle.
my thought.
Oh, sorry guys, let me step down.
My bow is drawn. I am not ready. My sentiments as well.
Yeah.
It works for all units.
My spotter directs.
Very well.
First blood.
Is foul play. First blood.
100%. Oh my god, that means that she can... Oh my god, you can high ground with it, huh? It's cool. For sure. And it's also neat that it, like, literally has weaknesses. Like, you know, it also works for enemies. I'll let him cook. I'll let him cook, honestly. I would like to see some nerfs somewhere, though. Earth Spirit. Shard removed. Gains 1 extra Stone Remnant charge every 5th hero level. From 7 up to 13 max. First of all, he did the thing that I said. Let's go. But also, oh no. Boulder Smash does more damage to creeps. Rolling Boulder, stun, blah blah blah, stun. Pretty significant. Eh. The magnetic grip now upgradable by shard. Can now target allies. Okay, what did we replace the whatever it was with then? Enchant Remnant got its duration reduced. Good, because it's like insane. But also, he's a menace, a dentist, and all hygienist. Open your mouth out for 4 or 5 minutes. Earth Spirit is one of the scariest heroes. I say this every fucking patch. Always be scared when this hero is changed. Oh my. Oh my. Oh. What is 25% of magnetize?
This beginning marks their end.
So 2 or 1.5 really? Man. Earth Spirit is scary. The hero is just really scary. I think honestly most of these new talents or talent changes give him like a higher skills. I mean, obviously putting the shard back gives him like a higher skill ceiling and a little bit lower of a skill floor. It's hard to explain, but Earth Spirit, the hero with like the highest skill ceiling in the game, somehow manages to raise the roof. What the fuck, dude? It's so much. Undispellable Magnetize is a lot. I think he felt like he had to do some of this though, just because he reduced the stun on Rolling Boulder, which is a big deal. Even 0.1 second is like a lot here for him, because he uses a lot of Rolling Boulders, and it's like a lot of reduction. Wow, you got to keep the shard. Earthshaker. Wait. Okay, we're in E. E. Fisher, stun duration decrease. Okay, stun reduction X, stun reduction X. A lot. He actually lost a lot of stun. This also affects his shard, everybody. Bear that in mind. So the shard did just get nerfed. Damage rescaled. -5, -0, +5, +10. That's weird. Level 20 talent, fissure range decreased by 20. It shouldn't be longer than Blink now, I think.
Quiver and quake.
Oh, it's always longer than Blink. Like the 20 mana then. I'm not sure. Level 20 echo damage, sure, we buffed that up, but I'm not sure how much people actually take that talent. Level 25 talent. Wow, we actually increased the totem cooldown reduction talent? That's crazy. Also, why is it worded differently than like literally every other cooldown talent? World will never know, I guess. But This is all definitely fair and probably good. I think Earthshaker probably stuns a little bit too much right now, even though it's like his whole thing. Tauren Chieftain. Base health regen increased by a little bit. This helps him lane. It's a little bit hard to lane right now. Sleep duration decreased from 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2 stun duration act. And it's a little bit, but he can live. He should still be able to do split earth combo if he's intelligent. Stop damage rescaled. Also, Chancer, since you weren't here, it has been confirmed that if you and I queue and we queue into Immortal matchmaking, we have no guarantee that we'll be on the same team. So, like, yeah, that shouldn't take long for them to change. There's gotta be a better way, right? Right? Surely they don't want us to just basically be like, once you hit Immortal, you're forbidden from playing with your friends. No. They wouldn't, like, literally disable ranked for us like that. Okay, anyway. Damage rescaled, -5, -0, +5, +10. Literally, like, no one cares. Also, it matches, like, BKB for his spell immunity with the Ags. Sure. Definitely, like, a huge hit to him, by the way. But still, sure. Right. Ember Spirit, base armor increased by 1. Roll the footage. Flame Guard now stacks additively with other sources of magic barriers, but you need to explain how that's going to work, because that doesn't make any sense. This sentence does not make sense with how it works. Magic Absorb decreased from 85, 190, 295, 400 to 65, 145, 225, 305. Okay. But how does it... Because Ember Spirit still takes damage. It isn't fully blocked. He takes 20%. It gives him 80% like magic resistance.
Call me Imba.
Yeah, it absorbs 70% of the damage, not 100%. So does that turn the hit all as if he has another magic barrier? Does that just make that other barrier like infinitely better? I need an explanation. Will it only block, the 305? And then the other barrier takes over? Because that is not how I would interpret stacks additively. How does it work? You have to explain. Shard, fuck off, Ember. You got off pretty easy, Ember. Sleight of Fist is out of control right now. Enchantress. Enchant. Aghanim Shard now also increases the number of enchanted units from 1 to 2. The Shard is,
Here I come.
yeah, Little Friends. They should make it so that the Shard, when you use it to control a creep, has a shorter cooldown. Because it's rough. Oh, never mind, you control him for 2 minutes. Never mind. It's fine. 2 minutes? Damn, dude. Level 10 talent, magic resistance decreased by 2. Level 20 talent, no longer gets ancients, but the enchanted creep gets more health and damage. Ugh, that's cringe, I think. But at least differentiates from Chen. I don't know, Enchantress doesn't see too much play, and honestly, I feel like so little of the play that Enchantress sees, at least in like pubs, revolves around creeps at all. It's like almost entirely, you know, like just impetus based. But hey, sure. Some weirdish changes for Enchantress. I don't know, this is kind of a huge blow though. Enigma! Universal Hero, our 11th Universal Hero. Lost 4 damage at level 1. Gains 0.6 more damage per level. So that's pretty significant, right? Damn! Fiery Bolas made it through, but Malefice is getting hit with this stun nerf? That is wild. He gets a little more base mana regen, which should help with being able to keep like Eidolons up. Eidolons have really suffered in the wake of, I don't know, reducing their damage and also making it so you can kill a range creep. Shard stun duration decreased as well. Stun durations act. Enigma really doesn't feel the burn from becoming a universal hero. Honestly, mostly benefits, I think. This is fairly large. This is honestly quite mean, I think. Faceless Void. I'd read ahead. I'm mad. Time lock, duration decreased as a part of the stun durations act. Honestly, this is sick. I like this. Chronosphere, duration decreased. Yeah, 0.25. Sure. Now freezes ability and item cooldowns of anyone trapped in Chronosphere. Fuck you! Prolong is the duration of time dilation for units in Chronosphere. Fuck you! Holy silencer Christ, dude. This is actually like huge. This hero is fucking insane. You ever just like chrono like 3 people and then with 0 items guarantee that you're doing like at least 500 total damage? I think. 0 items. Dude, this hero's overpowered now, I think. Just like straight up. Maybe I'm not giving this enough credit though. Well, even at minimum, right? At minimum, how much does it do if they have 0 cooldowns?
A new age begins.
No. Oh. Okay. It's so long. Dude, I'm so tired of reading patch notes. I want to play, man. I'm trapped in baby prison. This shit's abysmal, and I hope he rolls back at least some of it. Honestly, time dilation should just go, and it should just be a part of Chronosphere, I think. I don't know. I think Faceless Void's weirdly designed at the moment. I don't think he's quite found his place in the world. Really? Really? Fuck off, dude. Grimstroke. Inkswell Damage Reduction Act. A lot. Actually. An insanely large amount. What the hell? Movement speed bonus increase though, so flat 20%, plus 8, plus 6, plus 4, plus 2. Cooldown decreased by 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Dark Portrait illusion is now a strong illusion, cannot be instantly killed, and it had spell immunity. I didn't know that one. And now it's debuff immunity with 95% magic resistance, which is very good. Talents, level 10 talent, Phantom's Embrace, DPS increased by 15! Book of Fate. What the fuck is it against?
I'll paint this world as I see fit.
What's the 25? Inkswell Radius, holy bursh. Dude, this Phantom Embrace talent is insane. That is so much damage. Yeah, but that hurts the soul, because the Inkswell talent's also, like, insane. Yeah, but the Shard makes it a strong dispel, so you can get rid of stuns. Grimstroke's cool. Give me level 27. 26 doesn't give you another talent. "27, 28, 29, and 30 give you talents. Yeah, but also, like, the Inkswell radius is insane. Gyrocopter, but we'll see very few nerfs. The homing missile stun duration is nice. It's not very much at the start, but this is very welcome. Cooldown increase by 4, 3, 2, 1. Fuck you. And the Shard basically got 0 changes. 25 AoE on it is like almost nothing. It's a slap on the wrist. Black Cannon, duration increased from 10 to 12, max attack. He has to buff Black Cannon so people stop being stupid. Absolutely insane. Level 15 talent, homing missile, stun duration. Okay, yeah, the stun duration act. And rocket barrage talent reduced by 2. Like, okay, Gyrocopter is overpowered. I'll just say that flat out. This shit is unacceptable. It's not that, like, it's just so unfun to play against. You honestly don't have, like, very many counterplays to it, and it takes zero skill from him. He just has to press a single button on you, and, like, his job is done. Hoodwink. The stun reduction act. That actually loses a considerable amount of time, which is nice. Decoy, the lesser bushwhack, lost the same amount of time, which is insane. This should be way lower. But sure. Fuck off, Hoodwink. You got zero other changes. Insane. Huskar. Shard no longer allows to be cast while disabled. Which means it's, like, insanely not good. Well, what? You need to figure out what it is that you do here. Life for expel immunity while leaving replace the debuff immunity with a 50% magic resistance. Honestly, he should have kept the 100, I think. I don't know, I fucking hate this shit. This shit should be rolled back. It's just too much. It's too much shit to figure out, dude. Level 20 talent Berserker Blood regen decreased from 30% to 25%. Why? Why is Huskar catching strays? I don't get it. I think he needs changes, but not like this. Invoker. Cold Snap. Okay, sure. Freeze duration decreased. Chaos Meteor. Aghanim Shard upgrade removed. Effect moved to level 20 talent. EMP is now... Dude, we're almost at the point where every Invoker ability has been affected by Shard. Plus 50 Ice Wall DPS! Chancer? Chancer? He doesn't remember? There was one. It was vector targeted ice wall. It did not last long. It lasted one patch. A single patch. And that patch was, it lasted 8 months. So for 8 months he had that shard. Now, EMP is now upgradable by the shard. Multiplies burn damage by 1.5 and makes it pull enemy units into its center at 100. Oh. Level 10 talent from EMP Mana Burnt, replaced with plus 50 Ice Wall DPS. No changes to Cataclysm. Level 20 talent from plus 80% Chaos Meteor damage, replaced with 2 meteors. This is fine. Because it's against something good, I'm pretty sure.
So
What
begin.
dark
No, never
terror
mind. It's a
comes
free.
to life today.
100 units per second is stronger than Deafening Blast, so they should still absolutely move towards it. Like, they'll be pushed, but then they'll just be pulled back. Deafening Blast isn't actually all that, like, strong, I'm pretty sure. Is it noted here? No, of course not. Probably a wiki thing you have to find out. Anyway, these are... This is insane. This is, like, unforgivable. This is... Honestly sounds, like, super obnoxious, but sure, let's try it out, right? I think Cold Snap? I think there's only like 2 abilities that haven't been a shard yet. Maybe 3. I think it's Cold Snap, Alacrity, and Deafening Blast. Tornado was a shard. Ice Ball was a shard. Meteor was a shard. EMP's been a shard. I'm pretty sure Ghost Walk was a shard. Sunstrike. Okay, Sunstrike hasn't. Sunstrike, Cold Snap. Forge Spirits were. Sunstrike, Cold Snap, Alacrity, Deafening Blast are the 4 that are left. More of his abilities have been affected by Shard than haven't at this point, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. I think this works better as a talent, but the problem is that it's against something that's just, like, inferior. So I think people are always going to take this one. Alright, Wisp now is a universal hero. They lost 6 damage at level 1, but they gain like 0.8 more, 0.9 more per level. So they never get that shit back. No, they get it back, but it takes a long ass time. It takes like a really... No, they never get it all back. They never get it all back. And with Ag Scepter, the ability can now be activated to explode spirits, after which they begin spawning again. Cooldown is decreased by 50%. Cannot be activated, the ability is on cooldown. Uh-oh, the Ags is insanely good again. This is what most pros say killed Carry Wisp when they changed this. So, watch out. Carry Wisp is back. Jakiro, Ice Path, stun duration reduced as a part of the act. Honestly, it could have been worse for this. But it does still hurt. It's definitely like significantly worse. Liquid Fire, burn damage increased by 0, 5, 10, 15. Holy shit. 25% damage penalty versus buildings. Oh, fair. I cannot believe you did it to Jakiro and not like a million other heroes. Where's Zet's damage building reduction, huh? Maybe it's coming. Not for Zet, but for the rest. Macropire, mana cost increased by 10, 10, 10. Thanks. Who gives a shit? Damage per second decreased. Okay, I do care. -10, -5, -0. Never mind, no, I don't. Liquid Frost no longer applies a mini stun. Absolutely fair. This ability is insane. And the level 20 talent for Ice Path also got reduced. Honestly, all of this is super fair. Jakiro is super good. I'm a fan of these changes. I love Jakiro. Not because he's super good, because I think he's like super fun to play right now. And they didn't touch Dual Breath, which I think is like the most fun part about him right now. Dual Breath and Macro Pyre. They touch Macro Pyre, but it's fine. It's fine. The hero's just fun. He's good. And you know what? I'm fine with the reductions. Juggernaut. Base damage increased by 1. How the fuck? What the fuck? Blade Fury, spell immunity replaces the debuff immunity with 80% magic. Okay, so fucking magic immune. Omni Slash, cooldown decreased from 130 to 120. Why? Swift Slash, duration increased from 0.8 to 1. Why? I don't understand. Talents, level 20 talent, Blade Dance, Lifesteal increased from plus 40 to plus 50%. What is happening? What is it against?
I bring my blade.
Dude, shut up. Fuck you. This is an insult. I want you to go look at what happened to Dazzle and tell me that this is fair. No one get that talent? Alright, but it doesn't need to be better. Jug does not need another handout. Why does Jug need another bailout? He's a hero that has this. Izalor. Blinding Light is now a basic ability that does not require spirit form. Based. Kind of. Damage increased from 0. Oh wow, it just gained another level. Holy shit. Radius decreased. Fair. Cast range rescale from 600 to... Ah, shit, man. This hero's super good. Blinding Light is really, really good. In case you don't know, this ability is fucking broken. That's a lot of damage, man. Solar Bind is now on Spirit form. The slow has been increased by a lot. The duration has been decreased by very little. It starts at its max level for resistance reduction. But really the big takeaway here is that he can't Solar Bind you early on. So he can't do like this insane damage that he's been doing. Right? He has to wait until at least level 6. At level 6, right, then, you know, the gloves are off and the shit is back on the menu. But that's like a minority of the time by a lot. So at least there's that. But also, the trade-off is that at level 6, it's basically... It doesn't scale at all anymore. When if he's in Spirit form, he just gets like the best version of it. Which definitely needs to change. This should still scale somewhat. And Will-O-Wisp is a piece of shit. It's been slightly reduced. Someone call Fabuki. It's his time. Admiral Kunko. Tidebringer no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. I'm just gonna say if Tidebringer worked like Janata, which I think it did, this is once again just not true. This is not how this worked. They don't know how their own game works. Ghost Ship got a stun reduction. Foreign Storm now area target with the 900 cast range and 100 radius. This is a buff, right? It's a weird change. I don't know if it's better or worse. Because it does kind of mean that, like, you can, like, literally move out of the area as the opponent, right? And I'm pretty sure it continued even if he died. So it still maintains that. But at least it can't, like, follow you anymore. So I think it's better. Tidal Wave duration decreased. Yeah, okay, stun reduction act. I mean, sure. I don't know. Kunkka's, like, super annoying right now. No changes to Rum, by the way. I don't see Kunkka's, like... I don't see Kunkka really changing in power level here. I don't really think this moves the needle too much. Unlike with Coddle, I think this moves the needle, like, a lot with him, right? Legion Commander, overwhelming odds. Now an area effect ability centered around the hero. Okay, no longer increases movement speed, instead provides a flat attack speed bonus that doesn't require the ability to hit any... What? Radius increased from... Holy shit. Oh, centered on her. Can now be cast during the duel. And start duration decreased from 15 seconds to 8 seconds. Yeah, no shit. Okay, press the attack no longer gives attack speed, instead it gives movement speed. Okay, so we kind of flipped them. But, I mean, this still just means that she can guarantee to get her attack speed during duel. Which is just, like, insanely cringe. Also, guaranteed movement speed. There's no need to hit enemies. Hitting enemies is just a bonus, except for the shard. I don't know, this makes Legion so reliable. Dual duration decreased by 0.25. Same for, well, the Ags got decreased by 0.5. Woo. Level 10 talent. Change to lower the cooldown. Overwhelming odds still has... Oh, no, it still has the damage increase for everyone hit. And it lowered that. And the 25 talent still gives immunity when you cast it on others, right? But, you know, it's VKB still. But also, press the attack is no longer attack speed, so she can't just do it to the position 1, and the position 1 is, like, an absolute monster. I mean, still getting the attack, they're still getting movement speed, so it's still, like, really, really good. And, you know, if they have a single brain cell, they take the level 20 AoE talent, and it's still, like, really, really good. But, like... I don't know, man. Shit seems quite a deal bit fucked up. I think Legion Commander is, like, significantly stronger with this. Legion Commander support is not dead. 22% movement speed is pretty good. It still purges stuns. And it still heals. Also, doesn't the shard or whatever still fire off like fucking overwhelming odds?
Legion Commander.
No, okay. I must have dreamed that, eggs. The shard is so insanely good. Now that you can guarantee use it, like with duel. The Shrek. Split Earth Sun duration reduced. Woo! Actually, like, pretty big, because of the stupid fucking shard. Level 15 talent, plus 25 movement speed with plus 10% movement speed during Pulse Noah. Okay, that's kind of based. It's slightly more movement speed, but it's also conditional. Level 20 talent, plus 20 strength replaced with plus 20% damage reduction. What's it against? What's it against? What's it against?
I come to tip the balance.
Wow. That is so insane. He just like can't go 2 seconds without being strong, huh? I think Fleshrack's pretty good. We didn't nerf Bloodstone. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't really think like many item changes really hurt him. That's pretty good for him. Lich, Frost Blast, movement slow, decrease from 30% to 25%. Okay. Sinister Gaze, when cast on a non-ancient creep, it lasts 2 times longer and deals 250 damage per second. Okay, Lich getting like the Crystal Maiden treatment. Alright, Lich, I'm position 1. I will be in the jungle really quick. I'm going to go hit a quick level 2. Duration decreased by a non-zero amount. Ah, fuck. 1 second isn't long enough to kill that many creeps. Once you get the eggs, though, now you're farming. And then the talent, you know, for the global stun, blah, 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 blah. Lifestealer! Hey, Rage got changed. It's better than BKB. Moving on. Lineup. Base armor increased by 1. Wow, you're getting buffed. Light Strike Array. Stun duration decreased by a little bit. This is just like closer to what it used to be anyway, so woo. Cast range increased. Holy shit. Why? And Flame Cloak now grants max fiery soul stacks on activation. Interesting. Interesting. I don't think Lena will be a monster again, but really creeping up, especially with his armor increase, because that's like a huge lane impact. Loin. Earth Spike, damage increased. And you just know that Nyx Assassin's not going to get this same treatment, and that's so fucked up. Stun duration decreased by a significant amount. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, I think. Projectile speed increased by a lot. What the fuck? Whoa.
All hell broke loose. Verily.
Dude, how is Nyx Assassin what he is right now? This motherfucker gets to do this. This motherfucker gets like an instant stun. Mana cost rescaled, costs a little bit more upfront, ends up costing less, because of course Lion needs that. Hex cast range and what the fuck? Duration reduced. Okay, duration was reduced by a lot, but shut the fuck up, dude. And then the shard is a BKB. Lion's super good. Super, super good. Silbear, Universal Hero, number 12, I believe. Lost a lot of stats. 0.5, 0.8. Oh, gained 0.6. Oh, he's Bane now. Baneful Visions. Damage on level 1 decreased by 4, but gains 1.1 per level, so definitely gains it all back. Fairly quickly, in fact. Savage Roar, duration decreased because of the stun thing. Oh, decreased by a lot. Holy shit. Hey, also the shard got nerfed. Because it's too good. Insane that the Ags received no changes. So, still kinda cancer, by the way. But he should be significantly less cancer, but still cancerous. Luna. Lucent Beam. Like, basically no itemization is being changed for a lot of these heroes. In case it seems like I'm going really fast, like, most of these heroes are still the, like, same exact hero. You're just gonna, that is like slightly worse or slightly better at what they were doing before. I don't think anything has been kind of pushed to change like builds and shit. Maybe some of these universal heroes, like Lone Druid, probably doesn't want to do like 5 Wraith Bands, but also he might still literally do it because it's like infinite armor, right? I don't know. I don't think like any itemization on Lone Druid changes as a result of becoming universal. Which I think is dumb. I don't think it should be universal. I think it should have stayed agility. Luna, stun duration decreased from 0.8 to 0.6 on Lucent Beam. Okay. Sure. This probably feels like way more reasonable. Lunar Blessing, attack damage bonus allies decreased by a lot. -3, -5, -5, -7. But now Luna gets double the bonus, so Luna actually ends up gaining a lot on a lot of levels here, right? Which I think is fine. I think that this is fine. I think this is good, because, I mean, like, in lane, you could really tell when the support was just kind of in Lunar Blessing, if they managed it pretty well, and it was, like, unbearable. Like, it was unlandable against, because, like, I don't know, they're just getting, like, a free clause of attack, right? To harass you with. That's pretty good. Level 10 talent, Lucent Beam, mini stun, it got reduced, so it's still less than a second, instead of being way over a second, right? And level 25 talent, Lunar Blessing damage decreased by a bit. a fair bit, but still a lot. That still gives Luna 80 damage, so woo! At least this is interesting. I mean, Luna's pretty good. This does make like some of the Luna shit more bearable, but I think everyone's gonna end up still taking the Eclipse talent where it stuns, I'm pretty sure. Lycan! Now a Universal Hero, our 13th Universal Hero. Here at Universal Studios, it's Lycan. Lost a bunch of stats. 0.4, 0.3, 0.5. Came out ahead of a lot of other heroes. He only lost 3 base damage at level 1, not base damage. And he actually lost damage per level by a little bit. So overall, a huge net negative, because he isn't even gaining some of it back. And maybe never go back. Summon Wolves, mana cost decreased. Probably because he just lost 0.5 in game. This does not make up for that, by the way. Howl mana cost rescaled. It's +5, +0, -5, -10. This helps. And also it now fears enemy controlled units, non-heroes, for one. Okay, it's not global, so it has to be around Lycan or one of the control units for 1.5, 2.5 seconds. I don't know if this will include couriers. Couriers are units? But that would be really funny if it did. This is like kind of neat, but it doesn't feel super intentional. It probably needs some refinement, honestly. Lycan, honestly, probably benefits not from being strength anymore. But we'll see. It's kind of a hard call. Helm of the Dominator changes and also Helm of the Overlord changes are kind of big. So, like, yeah. I'm not too worried about it. Magnus is our 14th Universal Hero. Lost 0.5 strength, 0.6 agility, 0.5 int. Lost 5 damage at level 1, but gained 0.4 damage per level. I'll go ahead and tell you, that's still a pretty large net loss. He at level like 30 and shit, he gains it all back, but it takes a while to get it back. But not a huge deal. Power mana cost decreased. Good. He really needs that. I mean, he just lost some int, and honestly, he might not be able to cast it 100% of the time. Shockwave mana cost decreased by 10 at all levels except for the last one. It doesn't have the eggs, instead it has the shard. We've given him back this Shockwave returns bullshit. Sure. RP got a stun reduction of 0.25, which is honestly quite generous. And Horn Toss is the new eggs, and it's back to stunning. And then they don't stop stunning. It's definitely better that it's on the Ags, even if it's become a stun now, just because of how much less you'll have to end up dealing with it. I think I'll stand by that. The RP strength for heroes hit with RP talent is changed to all stats because he's not a strength hero anymore, and also it like reduces the amount that he gets. But I think he still ends up winning pretty handily with this exchange, and also the RP stun duration decreased because we're doing that across the board. Fuck Magnus. Fuck this hero. We need some larger changes for him to be a bit more acceptable. Also, we're in M! I think we're about halfway through Heroes. Oof. Marcy is our 14th Universal Hero. We're about halfway through the Universal Heroes. Little bit under. The next one will be halfway. Lost 0.6 strength, 0.4 agility, 0.4 int, so not too much. Lost some damage at level 1. Gets it back 0.3 at a time, so they will get it all back. Dispose impact damage increased by 0, 20, 40, 60. Landing radius increased. Oh my god. Rebound stun duration decreased by not a lot. And minimum jump distance decreased . Yeah, I mean, he stops doing big changes. Aghanim Shard no longer allows setting the ability on autocast now allows Marcy to jump off enemies and provide her with a movement speed bonus. Okay. That's pretty insane, but sure, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to really conceptualize what that ends up doing. Unleash. Aghanim Scepter pulses now also silence for 1.5 seconds. Good! Isn't that like a disarm and a silence? Holy fuck. Fuck you. Level 10 talent, dispose damage increased, sure. Cast range decreased from, okay, sure. Level 20, rebound, stun duration decrease. Yep, we're decreasing all of those across the board. It's like significantly less than what it used to be at max. It used to be 2.8 max, now it's 2.3 max. No, 2.2 max. Still has the fucking spell immunity bullshit, it's equal to BKB. And this thing that became the Ags, now dispose throw distance. Holy shit. That's pretty good. But I think you should just like literally always take this because it's so much better. Hey, Marcy's still an absolute piece of shit. Also, doesn't Trying to sneeze. Really, I don't think cares about becoming universal. Except for the fact that she's got a lot less stats overall. That's really, like, I think the big trend I'm seeing with when heroes are becoming universal is that they lose just a ton of stats. Very few heroes who are becoming universal are gaining a stat. I peeked ahead, sorry. Mars! Hey, Sphere of Mars, its stun duration has been reduced. Same with the talent. As a result of the thing we're doing all the time. Guess what? Mars is still really good. He's not quite as broken good as he used to be. But it's still pretty good. How far into... okay. Base strength. Medusa, base strength decreased from 17 to 0. Strength gain decreased from 1.5 to 0. Are you telling me that Medusa starts the game at 200 HP?
There is no heart colder than mine. Gorgons, I'll avenge you.
Prepare for battle.
Power is the only
Moving quickly.
I'm under attack.
Cancer.
I'm but a shadow.
This is Ice Frog energy. Check ship posts.
Step first, punch second. Axe is swift without an axe. This is dumb.
Unblinking, I rise.
Alright. Mystic Snake mana cost decreased from 140 to 80, 100, 120, 140. The stun has been drastically reduced. That is a lot. So it's minus 60, minus 40, minus 20, minus 0. That makes the whole, like, doing everything that I do with Mystic Snake insanely valuable. Mana Shield. Ability rework. Now let's a passive ability. Medusa starts with 1 level of Mana Shield, and the ability can be upgraded up to level 5. Creates a shield that absorbs 98% incoming damage in exchange for mana. Increases base mana. Bonus mana is 200, 225, 250, 275, 300. Wow, thanks for the scaling. Damage per point of mana. 2, 2.3, 2.6, 2.9, 3.2. Okay, now that's the real scaling right now. Now if a hero has Mana Shield ability, this mana bar will be visible to enemies. Now also absorbs HP loss type damage. Stone Gaze reduced its duration, the stone form duration, by a lot. Holy shit. Talent. Level 10 talent changed from the Mana Shield thing, because that doesn't really make sense there anymore, to plus 5% Stone Gaze bonus physical damage. Woo! 5%. Level 25 talent from 75 int to 1 plus 1.3 Mana Shield damage per mana. Up to 4.5 damage per point of mana? That's insane. And yet you still have to take split shot usage modifiers. But honestly, that one is a lot worse now that lifesteal is basically worthless on the hero. Medusa's a very unique hero. And if I'm being honest, I think this is just too silly. I honestly hope they revert this. I mean, there's still items that Medusa can buy to increase her health.
Gorgons, I'll avenge.
Boom.
Prepare for battle.
2 insanely good items for Medusa. Let's say, reasonably speaking, that this is where you're at. Definitely fucking max that.
Fight for honor.
We're already buying Pike. I just think we're seeing a shift kind of back to Medusa's that have to buy stats.
Scythe of Vice. Yes.
No, I mean, it's only early game Axe Stranger Danger if you're brainless. Toggle your treads to strength. Let me show you. Just stop being a fucking idiot.
Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Cut and run!
Woo! Axes hate him. Axes hate him because he's got a brain.
It is not yet time.
First blood.
He has to have like a 6 level advantage over me.
Has tasted first blood.
Like, you just have to not be insanely dumb. Okay, over the course of 12 more of 6 more levels, I need to add a little bit more health.
Under attack.
It was so hard.
Scepter for the serpent.
Like, even here, like, I'm 10 health off. It's not actually that hard, okay? Do not let Reddit tell you this is like a hard counter. It's only a hard counter if you're as bad as Reddit.
Gaze upon Medusa's beauty and despair.
I really am not a huge fan of this. It's silly, it's neat, but I don't think it's gonna be very fun, honestly. It opens up like some itemization, but really it just like cuts out a lot of items too. I'm not buying lifesteal. I can't. You cannot turn off Mana Shield. So lifesteal is like really difficult to use, which is kind of lame, honestly. But it is kind of neat that we're like pushing Medusa back to having to buy like a ton of stats. It's neat, but I hope that we find a middle ground between here and there. I don't think literally 0 is the way. Pugna plus Dusa is gonna be sick. My brother in Christ, why wouldn't you just say lion?
Lion.
Yeah, and Pugna needs health. Yes, Pugna does. But, like, my dude, that sucks. That is not good. Meatball Poof can now be put on autocast. If the ability is in autocast state, when cast on target, all other meatballs also cast Poof to the target automatically, if able. When cast on the ground, all meatballs except the selected one Poof to the location closest to the nearest meatball. Toggling autocast on one meatball changes it on all meatballs. We have just lowered Meepo's skill ceiling by a lot. We have taken the macro / script and basically given it to everybody. Honestly, I think that this is like a lesser evil. Now we can truly start to balance Meepo. Now that most people are on like an even playing field when it comes to this. I think this is probably good. Because like Meepo could never be balanced because like you can't have people who are like too good at him just like literally only ever win the game and other shit. But now this has just lowered the skill floor by like so much. Divided we stand. Aghanim Shard upgrade removed. Goodbye. Dig is now granted by the Aghanim Shard. Duration decreased from 4 seconds to 3 seconds, and also the HP restore is a lot less. Hey, remember what I just said about us like lowering the skill floor for Meepo? We're doing that. And honestly, again, I'm kind of for this. I think Dig is kind of cool. I wish that like the numbers were like a bit lower so that it wasn't just like a get out of jail free card. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think. Right? I think we're getting to a point where Meepo can like truly start to become like an accessible hero. Mega Meepo, new ability granted by Aghanim Scepter. Primary Meepo mounts all other Meepos in a 600 radius around him on top of his shoulders. While in this form, he gains 50% of the other Meepo stats and can fling them at enemies, dealing 225 damage, and slowing them by 60% for 3 seconds. While active, Earthbind generates additional nets, and Hoof deals bonus damage based on the amount of Meepos riding on top. Casting Dig cancels Mega Meepo. Has no mana cost, cooldown 60 seconds, duration 20, fling cooldown 5.5 seconds. What does it look like? Also, Meepo didn't become a universal hero.
A digger's gotta dig.
A digger's gotta dig.
Hey, why not?
Prepare for battle.
One paw in front of the other. Uh-huh.
It's just...
Just what I was thinking. What'd you have in mind? Like it.
Axe runs.
All right. Got dirt between my toes. Yep.
First blood.
First blood. Hey, everyone's gotta start.
I'm gonna be honest.
Like that idea.
I'm not so sure how I feel about a 7,000 HP Meepo.
Heart of Tarask.
Cuts both ways.
That was fun. If you say so.
Killing spree.
And what?
Double kill.
Are you mad?
Cancer.
Hey, 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 buddy.
Dominating.
Dies.
Triple kill.
Like your style. Yep, yep.
It's nice to know that Ice Frog still lives, at least a little bit. They let him out of the fucking cage sometimes.
Mischief for mischief.
I like it. I think it's cool. I think it's funny. Miranda is our 15th Universal Hero. Am I still going good on my count? Oh no, we're way off. 18th. They lost a variable amount of damage. They gained strength. What the fuck? They lost... No, they gained base strength, lost gain, lost gain, lost gain. They still somehow ended up gaining fucking damage per level, but only a little bit. They're not gonna earn it back. Not all of it. They can earn some of it back. Starfall, mana cost decreased. Arrow dodges the stun reduction and gets a mana cost reduction. Leap, the shard doesn't break Moonlight Shadow now. And the shard gets vector targeting! Fuck you, Mirana. And fuck, honestly, like, all of these changes. Again, I just don't really get it. I just don't really get, like, why, or, like, what's the reasoning, or any of that shit. It feels arbitrary. And also, I don't understand why she gets to be exempted. Also, fucking Net didn't get hit with it. Seems a little fucked up. Doesn't seem like any of the roots did. Only, like, strictly stuns. Monkey King, stun reduction. Good. I mean, it should honestly be... He got off easy. This should be way lower. Jingu gets rescaled. -5, +0, +5, +10. Bonus damage, +0, +10, +20, +30. What the fuck? Level 20 talent. +2 Jingu charges, replaced with 0 cooldown Primal Spring. 25 gets changed from 0 cooldown Primal Spring to -1 Jingu Mastery required hits. Both of those are insane, obviously. Both of those lines. I don't know. Boundless Strike cooldown is really hard to not do, and pretty much everybody takes the additional Wukong command, because the problem is that the ring is just necessary. Like, you have to take it. So, like, it's cool that you've done this, but, like, we can't take it. Really what you're doing is you're making it so that we can take this and the ring. But, I don't know, Boundless Strike cooldown is just too important. So I think that even though this is amazing, we have to take that. Morphling, base strength increased by 1. Yeah, honestly, I've just always thought that Morphling Egg isn't good enough. Attribute Shift no longer grants bonus stats. The Shard bonus of attributes has been moved to Adaptive Strike. So Adaptive Strike now gives the bonus stats. Also, the strength version of it got its stun reduced. Morph, Aghanim Scepter now steals an additional 20% of all stats when targeting Universal Heroes. Oh, thank God. I was really worried that we wouldn't just unnecessarily buff This Ags that steals stats. And then the level 20 talent, stun reduction. Also a significant nerf. Muerta has somehow been added to Captain's mode. Deadshot, Ricochet Fear reduced by a considerable amount. Almost balanced. I think it should probably still go lower. The Calling, Silence Duration decreased by not enough, by 0.5 seconds. And the duration has been decreased by 3210 seconds. Fair, but honestly, can we reduce it by like 2 more seconds just across the board? I think 10 seconds is a really long time. Like a really long time. Muerta is definitely not balanced. Pierce the Veil, upgradable by Shard. Grants 30% spell lifesteal for the duration of Pierce the Veil. Muerta permanently gains 2% spell invocation. On every time she kills an enemy hero during Pierce the Veil, or any enemy hero dies within 925 units. That's just the Shard. Dude, that should be the Ags. Parting Shot, new ability granted by Ags. Muerta shoots an allied or enemy hero in their soul, separating it from the physical body for 4 seconds. The soul is pushed 150 units on separation and is untargetable, muted, disarmed, and invulnerable. The body is stunned for the duration and has 50% damage reduction. After this effect, the soul is forcibly returned to the body, which applies a strong dispel, removing negative debuffs and stuns. The soul survives until the end of the effect, even if the body dies. Does not deal damage to allies. And Muerta can't target herself. Okay. What the Well, I don't understand the relevancy of the soul survives until the effect of. You can't do anything. Can the soul do anything?
You don't come for day.
Is it just a way to prolong, like, an aura carrier?
Don't struggle. I can make your death peaceful. I wonder what I can do with this.
Prepare for battle.
There's always more to shoot. Ugh, I miss my horse. Because I said
Axe charges.
I'm there.
Cuts both ways.
Okay, I guess for auras, but like...
By one.
Wish I had this when I was
To the
alive.
enemy.
Maybe it's fate.
To battle.
Okay,
Why the
the thing can do shit. It's the body that's muted.
War's teeth.
revelation?
Good day to fight. Enemies need
Long
killing.
have I stalked these lands.
Forward.
No.
Axe runs.
It's
Alright, it's good and cool.
Button run. rest is for the dead.
But it is very good.
Axe goes. Good day to
Find the
fight.
right moment. Right.
Into war's teeth.
Apparently so.
To battle.
Over here. Go. Yes, fine. Face your fate. An endless road. A whisper on the wind. It seems okay.
It's a hard dispel when they come back.
Look at me.
No, not semi-safely, I don't think. I don't know, it's actually kind of cool. I kind of like it. It's got a big mana cost. It's got a sizable cooldown. It's cool. It's like a weird Skeleton King X, too. Level 10 talent, deadshot damage decrease. Yeah, because the deadshot's like insanely insane. It's just like way too good. Dude, we are getting there. But I think I'm gonna have to call it there for tonight. It's getting real late, and I don't want to do Dota that late. So we're gonna have to go to a part 3. Can somebody please note down that we stopped at Naga Siren? But before I go, are there any questions? Overpowered? Yes, I think Marta is very overpowered. But we will see. I'm gonna try to start this really early tomorrow so that I can play the video game. Oof. Alright. But if you somehow found yourself watching this video, thanks for watching. I'm sorry. Bye.